Whoa! Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're continuing Tsukihime. Yeah, once again, I need to remember, what voice I gave Shiki. I've forgotten. But it is what it is. We'll see when we continue. Oh yeah. She was gonna beat the shit out of us. Okay. I'm ready. Oh shit, I'm not ready. let me get a drink. But the sight that greets me isn't the woman that I know at all. It's someone with a completely different look in their eyes. This outfit isn't her school uniform, nor is it her nun's habit. Her gaze is ice cold, like she just caught sight of something disgusting. Oh. Her arms are bare, and on her hands she's wearing the sort of thick gloves you'd use when handling heavy weapons. Uh-oh. But the thing that's really out of place, I hear, is the massive steel clutched in those hands. It's the same weapon she used in the battle against Vrov, a weapon she only wields against someone she seriously intends to kill. A colossal gun, with a blade that easily measures over a meter. I know what this is, even though I've never seen it before. My mind still knows exactly what this weapon is. It is a miracle made manifest, artificially created by the Holy Church. It was forged 1,000 years ago, in a time when phantasmals still roamed the surface of the earth. They used a young girl to lure in one of these rare beasts, then cast the both of them into a furnace and used the flames to temper a divine steel, forming a scripture that would serve as a new conceptual weapon. All the causes of death that man could ever bear have been inscribed across its surface. Thus, the divine steel's resonant frequency chants a baptism that cautions against these causes. There are many scriptures that can chant, but none so effective against the prolonging of life as this one. It is known as the seventh scripture, a relic created by the Holy Church to demonstrate the power of the Lord. However, it sat idle for many years, for want of someone to wield it. Uh-oh. Ew. Face of disgust, like, ew. Her gaze remains cold. There's no trace of warmth in her voice. Wow. There we go. A shiver runs down my spine. It happened for no reason whatsoever. No, that's not right. I reflexively jumped away from Senpai, because both my instincts and reason were screaming that I was in danger. Her lips still pressed into a firm line, she takes another step forward, approaching me with her ominous weapon in hand. I feel nauseous at her advance. That weapon is terrifying. I feel like I'm about to break down crying. Simply looking at it is enough to make me lose sight of my own superiority. Even though my body's striving to rebuild itself into something greater, in the face of that weapon, my transformation only works against me. But even more terrifying than her weapon is the way she's calmly striding towards me. I mean, there are no openings whatsoever in her stance. No matter what I try to do, defeat is inevitable. Even with my 5 senses as heightened as they are right now, I don't see any way I can possibly get the upper hand. If I make one wrong move while trying to escape, if I turn my back to her and try to run away, that thing will pierce my heart, and I'll be annihilated without being able to reincarnate. All I wanted was to see her.
分かっています。ロアの意識が浮上しているんでしょう。なら、
Oh no.
もう手遅れです。
Nope. Wait, shit. I gotta get my, shit. I didn't get the, choices. Give me a sec. I need to know what to choose. Okay. I think we're here. Okay. She saunters forward another step. The way she's approaching me. Oh. Yes, I guess she does want to do that. She doesn't answer. All she does is size up which part of my body she should aim for to ensure my death. She's serious. She's seriously intent on killing me. Oh. My nerves are screaming at me, sensing that I'm about to be killed. My spinal cord lets out a rattling shriek. My autonomic nerves are stretched almost to their breaking point. But it isn't the fear of death that weighs heaviest on me. It's that I honestly can't believe she would ever say something so horrible. I don't understand. Oh. The executor suddenly stops in her tracks. With her gaze still fixed on me, she lets out a chuckle.
あなたの人の良さは国宝級ですね。人を信じるのは結構ですが、もう少し冷静に物事を考えられたのなら逃げおせることもできたのに。だいたい私がなぜ生徒として学校に紛れ込んでいたのか、その理由を一度も考えなかったんですか？私が好きで学生の真似事をしていたと本気で思っていたんですか？私の目的はロアを消滅させることです。
She's so mean now.
あなたの学校に潜入したのはロアの転生体がいると狙いをつけたから。その確証を得るために転生体の様子を見ていただけ。
Oh no. Wait. Please. Wait. I'm begging you, please. Stop. You can detest me for being raw. You can detest me for being the scum of the earth. Go right ahead. It's the truth after all. The thought sends shivers down my spine. But even so, I can accept it. Senpai kills vampires for the sake of humans. I've seen her do it plenty of times. That's why I can accept it. If I ended up turning into a beep, then it's only natural that she would try to kill me. But even so, after what she's just said, I don't want to hear her say anything more. If she breaks the truth to me right now, I'm sure that it will destroy me.
もう分かっているでしょ？私が誰を標的にし、誰を憎み、誰を追い詰めていたのか。ロアを殺すには単純に転生体を殺してはいけない。まず完全に覚醒してもらう必要がある。半分しか覚醒していない時に殺しては半分しか殺せませんから。それもこれで決着です。まったくノエルのせいで台無しになるところでした。ここまで周到に追い込んだのですから、完全に起きてもらうまでは泳がせない。
Dang. We got baited.
もっともあの時殺したくて仕方がなかったのは私も同じですけど。
My voice won't come out. Not even as I strain my throat so hard I feel it could explode. said that she wanted to kill me. That she's wanted to kill me even before I started losing my mind. Ever since that time, she reassured me I wasn't Roa.
嘘だ。先輩は俺をずっと守ってくれた。
Oh.
そう見えましたか？単に観察していただけですよ。まあ、確かに間違いはありました。人格的にあなたはロアとは思えない。転生体は当の秋葉の方ではないのか。ノエルもそう意見してきました。ですがそれはありえない。ロアの転生先は遠野家の長男なんですから。しかし確信はあっても確証はなかった私はあなたの調査を続けなくてはならなくなった。
CL Senpai's voice is matter of fact. I'm at a loss for words.
調べてみればあなたは7年前に大怪我をして親戚の家に預けられている。遠野家に引き取られた養子が消えたのもこの時期です。
I mean, she doesn't know about this either. I mean, I guess Shiki doesn't either. That he is the adult son currently, so.
この記録にたどり着いた時、私は安堵しました。当の式はロアではない。いえ、違いますね。正確に言えば、当の式が今、ロアでなくても合点がいい。
Senpai's gaze softens ever so slightly. This is my only chance. The only opening she'll ever show. However, I'm so busy trying to piece together what she's just said that I completely miss my chance to make a move.
どういうことです、先輩は。俺がロアじゃないって言ってくれたのに。
思いません。くだらない憶測はやめなさい。あなたがロアである結論は変わらないんですから。いいですか？7年前の遠野家で何があったのか知りませんが、あなたは遠野家の長男に殺された。いえ、命を奪われたんでしょうね。その結果、あなたはロアの転生先である人間とつながってしまった。戸籍を消され、存在を抹消された養子はあなたの方だった。あなたは遠野家という怪物たちの家に引き取られ、その長男に殺された都合のいいマリオネットに過ぎない。吸血鬼に消費されて捨てられたどこの誰とも知らない子供。それ
Senpai's voice is cold and dispassionate. I don't care if what she says is true. It's all in the past. It has nothing to do with me now. It's something else that's numbed my brain and robbed me of the ability to think. The fact that the person standing before me isn't the senpai I thought I knew. In other words, this is who CL Senpai really is. Which means the person who was kind to me is nothing more than a...
事情は計りかねますが、その後、遠野家長男は表舞台にいられなくなり、地下に隠れ住むことになった。その代役として、あなたは長男として生かされることになった。ロアの転生体に命を奪われたものの、一命を取り留めた人間として、これまで彼を通じてロアの記憶が流れ込んでくることもあったでしょう。もともと魂という形にできないものを加工した吸血鬼です。ロアにとってみれば、生命力を共有したことのあるあなたたちは都合のいい二重のよりしろだった。だから長男の肉体が滅んでもロアは次の転生先に行く必要がない。この時代にはまだあなたという避難先があったんですから。
She feels so distant. She's glaring at me with hatred in her eyes, as if she were staring down an enemy.
でも、それもこれで終わりです。あの夜は突然のことで準備ができませんでしたが、今夜は違います。ロアはあなたに逃げ込み、今度こそ完全に覚醒した。
I wouldn't say he's fully awakened in us.
紆余曲折ありましたが、当初の計画通り、やっとあなたを殺せます。
Her gaze shifts to my chest. Her frigid eyes are fixed on it, as if declaring that's where she'll run me through.
そんなの嘘だ。
Steadying my racing heart, I look up at her.
どうぞ勝手に否定してそこでほうけていてください。その方が私の仕事も楽になります。もっとも
A menacing clank issues from her weapon.
あなたがその気になったとしても楽に始末できることに変わりはありませんけどね、ロア。
I don't sense any deceit in her words. Her eyes are not looking at me. She never had any feelings about me from the very beginning.
なんだよそれじゃあ先輩は初めからロアは俺だって当たりをつけてたのか。先輩が俺を助けてくれたのは学校で出会うのが楽しいと言っていたのは。
I can't say it. I can't say the rest. Because the moment I put it into words, everything that happened between us will become a lie.
みっともない。何言葉を濁しているんですか。ええ、信じられないなら私から言ってあげましょうか。すべて作り事ですよ。私があなたを助け学校に残ったのはロアをいぶり出すためです。
Damn. I couldn't just disappear and leave you behind now, could I? Senpai said those words with a smile. But she didn't say them for my sake. She only stayed behind because she knew Roa was still alive and needed to search for him. On top of that, I practically gave myself up willingly with reaching out to my own pursuer. So even then, even that moment, even the night she saved me, even those tragic, pitiful eyes of hers. That's right. Shiki. It wasn't anything special, was it? Those memories aren't anything to get worked up about. You just loved her, and you thought she loved you back. That's all. All of it. Nothing more than fantasy given form by an edifice of lies. In that case, fine. There's no need to even laugh. If that's who she truly is, then I too will use any means at my disposal in order to ensure my survival.
納得いったけどさ、先輩どうして先輩にはロアが生きているってわかるんだ。どうして遠野家の長男がロアの転生先だと確信したんだ。
わかりますよ。だって自分のことなんですから。
She nonchalantly utters something incomprehensible.
自分のこと。
ええ。遠野という血筋を探し当てて、それを次の転生先に選んだのは私です。
お？
実際にロアの意識が浮上しないと現れたとわかりませんから、あまり役に立つ記憶ではありませんでしたけど。
ん？
先輩、何を言ってるんですか？
何って、ちょっとした昔話です。
え？
今から13年前、あなたと同じように何も知らなかった子供がいました。彼女がその衝動に汚染されたのは12歳の頃。それまで何も。その子はあなたみたいに特別な力なんてありませんでしたから、本当に何も知らないまま普通に暮らしていたんです。お父さんの手伝いをして学校に行って 早起きするのが苦手で、お父さんの手伝いをするのはいつも夕方からのお店番でしたけど、それでも将来はお父さんのお店を受け継ごうと思ってたんですね。
Yeah, we had a flashback on this. Oh! Something just flashed before my eyes. A scene that felt intimately familiar, even though I'd never seen it before. Her story seems awfully similar to that dream I had.
でも、その子の夢は叶わなかった。当たり前のように
Yeah, didn't she kill everyone in the
自分
village?
の手で壊してしまったんです。
Hmm.
その子はロアの転生体でしたから。少女の体はすごく才能があるってロアは喜んでましたっけ？その子も今のあなたみたいにそれなりに努力はしたんですけど、無駄な努力でした。結局お父さんとお母さんの血を吸って町の人たちを笑いながら殺していって、その子その時に気が触れてしまったのかもしれませんね。ほら、わかるでしょ遠野くん。あれって止めようがないんです。やめようとかいけないとか、そういう考えさえ浮かばなくなる。おかしいですよね。ちゃんと自分の意識はあるっていうのに。
That story. Don't tell me. It's...
でも悪夢は割合早く終わりました。白い吸血鬼がやってきてロアの心臓を貫いたから。
Yeah. I know this story. After that, the girl passed away, and Roa reincarnated into the person known as Tonoshiki. But that's...
けどその子死にきれなかったんです。
She only said a few words, but those few words dripped with contempt.
少女の死体は教会に運ばれて吸血死から人間に戻った死体のサンプルとして保存されました。けどさっきも言った通り、その子の体はすごく特殊な体で人並み以上の蘇生能力があったんです。その子は6年経ったある日、よせばいいのに死から目覚めてしまった。おかしいですよね。ロアという魂に見捨てられた抜け殻のくせに生き返っちゃうとか。その後は大変でした。教会の人たちは異端者であるその子を何度も何度も殺すんですけど、どうやっても死なないんです。その子は半年間毎日殺されるだけの生活を送ったんですよ。
An undying body. A body that always restores itself no matter what is done to it. Who else could she possibly be talking about? It must have been painful. Even though Senpai can recover from any injury, her face wraps in agony every time she's wounded. You're telling me she did that for half a year? For half a year, every single day of her life consisted solely of being killed and coming back to life?
それでですね、教会の人たちもいくらなんでもこれはおかしいって気がついてくれました。対処できない問題、解決できない問題はみんな埋葬機関っていうところに回されるんです。そこでその子は自分がどうなってしまったのか教えられました。まあ要するにその子は矛盾しているんです。その子はロアとして生まれた人間です。たとえ12歳までの人格が少女のものであっても、魂の名前はロアなんです。その子はその子でありながらロアでもある。だからロアが生きているのにロアであるその子が死んでいては矛盾している。この世界はわずかなほころびがあれば 世界が世界自身のためにそのほころびを修復します。ですからその子はロアという転生する魂が消えない限り永遠にあり続けてしまう。他の誰でもない
I see.
この世界が勝手に直してしまうんです。司祭様は輪から外れていると言いました。局長は認証エラーだ。ロアのアドレスを消さない限りお前は一生人間社会にログインすることもかといってログアウトも許可されない。その子はロアが生きている限り永遠に止まったまま。年を取ることもできませんから寿命では死ねませんし、消し済みにしても時間が巻き戻って元に戻ってしまう。そんな怪物本来ならずっと幽閉されたままでしょうけど、その子はロアだった頃の魔術の知識とか受け継いでいたんです。埋葬機関は利用価値があると言ってその子を対向者に推薦してくれました。そうして抜け殻はかつての名前を捨てて吸血鬼を退治するための生き方を選んだんです。私はロアの主であるアルクエドよりもロアという魂がどこにいるかを知覚することができます。その理由はもう言うまでもないでしょう。
She's right. It's obvious why. It's just that I don't want to admit it.
前に言いましたよね、遠野くん。私が何のためにロアを殺すのか、何が欲しくて吸血鬼を殺すのか。
All because I want to die as a human. At the time, I didn't grasp what she meant. But what about now? Can I at least begin to understand how she feels?
できない。
Yeah, as frustrating as it is, I'll never be able to understand. I don't know what it feels like to be in so much pain that I'd rather die. There have been times in life where I've struggled to keep on going, but I've never truly wished for death from the bottom of my heart. However, to her, death is her sole wish, her sole salvation. I've never experienced it. I've never experienced the anguish of killing someone I love with my own two hands. I hope it stays that way for the rest of my life. But she's already been through it. That's why she wants to die, so she can finally be at peace.
違う。そんなのは違う。
違わないですよ。私は人並みに死にたいだけなんですから。
お。give me shit. Okay. All I can do is hang my head. Because her wish, along with the suffering she feels, are both things that I've come to know.
いや。
I won't accept it. I won't accept the situation I'm in. And I won't accept CL Senpai's wish. Not even a nightmare would be this bereft of salvation. But reality is unforgiving and cannot be ignored. The hands of a clock can never tick backwards. Without uttering even the slightest sound, the executor known as CL steps forward in order to kill me. She has no more words to say, and there remains nothing that needs to be said. Her hands are wrapped around the trigger of her weapon. Uh-oh. The seventh scripture is made up of several causes of death given form, but its essence lies in soul-shattering. The concept of samsara, The cycle of rebirth does not exist in the doctrine of the Holy Church. After death, a person will be judged based on the deeds they have committed in their lifetime, and will either be damned to hell or permitted into heaven. None shall be allowed to be reborn into the world once more. Such is the doctrine that lies in the heart of the scripture of reincarnation condemnation. The punishment of death by condemnation, administered via pile bunker. If that thing hits me, my very soul will be vaporized into nothingness. I get it. It's all about the order of operations. Even if 15 used that pile bunker on herself, she would still be restored as long as Roa exists. No matter what weapon she uses, or what manner of suicide she attempts, she won't be able to die unless she eliminates Roa first. Uh-oh. She raised the point of her gun. The tip is coming in my direction. For some reason, it's moving slowly. She, Executor CL, should be capable of finishing me off before I can even realize that I've been stabbed. There's no time to think. Escape forward. I mean, she won't expect me to, like, run forward towards her. I break out of my crouch and into a full-on sprint. I have a feeling that if I tried to run away, she'd run my heart through the moment I turned my back on her. The barrel of her gun whips past just millimeters from my face. Thankfully, my hunched posture and close proximity are working to my advantage. After avoiding the gun leveled at my face by a hair's breadth, I slide my foot along the ground and shift my weight to the side. If I keep charging in a straight line, it just results in a head-on collision. I considered tackling her to the ground, but then thought better of it. I'm dealing with someone who's able to swing that colossal weapon around with one hand, and getting into a grappling match with her will be suicide. I'll twist my body to the side slightly and slip through her flank. Just as I'm about to slip past her, Senpai abruptly turns on a dime. She's moving so quickly that it creates the illusion that her body has vanished into thin air. Wrestling her massive gun into submission with nothing but sheer brute strength, she plants her leg and sends it swerving in a horizontal arc. The thrum it makes as it cuts through the air reverberates inside my head. Oh. The next thing I know, I'm crashing back first into a pile of rubble several meters away from her. Whoa. She irritably clicks her tongue and glares at me. Hydration. Okay. My left arm hurts. I can't even comprehend what I'm looking at. Everything below my left elbow has been twisted into a jagged mess. On top of that, all the flesh from the tips of my fingers all the way up to my shoulders have been scraped away, like it was scoured off by some enormous file.
首をかばって腕一つですか。何もしなければ今ので楽にしてあげたのに。
首をかばって。
It doesn't feel real. My body must have reflexively blocked her horizontal swing while I was still struggling to think of what to do. And so this is the result. My forearm has been completely pulverized, and half the flesh on my arm has been stripped clean off. Seeing my own body brutally torn to shreds like this is terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is that despite sustaining all these gruesome injuries, I still haven't lost consciousness.
Knife. 抜かないんですか?
She gazes at her prey with a bored look on her face. She's looking down on me. Senpai's looking down on me, as if to say that she could kill me at any time. It hurts. My nerves have finally started to relate just how injured I really am. It's like the blood from my broken arm has turned into a poison that's pumping directly into my brain. And the pain blots out my consciousness, painting it over with white. Senpai's staring at me expressionlessly. So this is what it's like to have half your arm grafted off. Does she even know how much it hurts? How dare she? How dare she? How dare she belittle me? Oh. I grab my knife out of my pocket. A dull click vibrates through my hand. With the sound of metal skating against metal, I extend the blade of my knife. Oh. The next instant, she's gone. Senpai's body is winked out of existence. No! No, that's not right. She disappeared from my field of view by dropping so low to the ground that she was almost lying on it, and leapt up again when she was already right in front of me. Just like a lizard scurrying across the ground. In the blink of an eye, she covered the 6 meters that stood between us. Even though I know that she's already right in front of me, I still can't get a visual lock on her body. I reflexively jerk my head backwards. As I do, I shift my gaze down towards my feet. Before I can even finish my near-instantaneous movement, the point of her gun slams up into me from below, skewering my throat with admirable precision. Oh. Breathing. I'm still breathing. The pain. Do I still feel pain? I do. It's still coming through. My consciousness. Am I still awake? Right. I guess I am. Oh. My body. Is my body alright? No. Something's wrong. Dark blood spews forth. It's gushing out from the gaping hole in my left shoulder. Just then, the point of Senpai's gun missed my throat and buried itself in my left shoulder instead. Ow. It hurts. It hurts more than I could have ever imagined. But I'm still alive. I don't know how, but I'm still alive. Oh. Where am I? Looks like I've been separated from Senpai again. I can smell the acrid scent of gunpowder wafting from my shoulder. She must have pulled the trigger the instant she skewered me with the point of her gun. The impact blew me away, and in doing so, opened up the distance between us again.
2度続くということは偶然ではありませんね。その出血でもショック死しないということは、精神だけでなく肉体まで変態済みなのでしょう。
I hear a dull crash. The spiked rod slides out from her weapon and smashes into the ground. The stake that just ran me through bursts into a cloud of pages and scatters. Oh? That weapon is total bullshit. But bullshit or not, it's absolutely terrifying. So terrifying that just looking at it makes me want to get down on my hands and knees and tearfully beg for forgiveness. My shoulder's burning up. Pain blazes through my body like wildfire. It feels like I'm inside an incinerator, hot enough to reduce even my bones to ash. The voice of Beep is speaking to me inside my head. It warns me that her weapon is an instrument of torture, the lightest touch of which is enough to inject a lethal poison into my body. So, I'm going to die. Even though I'm undead, I'm still going to die. No matter what I do, my death is certain. My brain lights up with flashes of fear, pain, confusion, and anxiety. Am I afraid of death? Am I afraid of being killed? Am I afraid of experiencing the excruciating agony of death? Or am I afraid of being killed by a weapon so terrifying it made me want to get down on my hands and knees and tearfully beg for forgiveness? I don't know. I can't afford to think about it, because that would mean taking my eyes off that ruthless executor and the weapon clutched in her hands. I hear the sound of something latching into place. She loads the next round and cocks her weapon. 2 times. The fact that I somehow managed to survive that weapon's onslaught 2 times is nothing short of a miracle. There's no doubt that this next one. I picture the point of her gun blasting right through my face, its iron spike penetrating through the bridge of my nose and erupting out the back of my skull. It's more repulsive than it is frightening. Death, no matter what form it takes, it's something that is unsightly, foul, and repulsive. I cherish my own life dearly, so I don't want to meet that fate. Is that why I'm afraid? I don't know. From the bottom of my heart, I despise the fact that I don't know. Despite all the time I've spent staring death in the face, I've never thought about all the vile toxicity that drips from it. I've only ever looked at death as an outcome, never as a process. So there exists something worse than death. My mind had been totally preoccupied with whether or not Senpai was about to suddenly attack me and tear me apart. I'd completely forgotten to consider the possibility of a life even more dreadful than death. Oh. The pain in my shoulder snaps me back to reality. None of that matters to me right now. I have to run. If I don't want to die, then I should focus all of my attention on running away. She suddenly utters something completely unexpected. I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. If I took off my glasses, I'd be able to see her lines. And if I looked at those, there's a chance I might accidentally end up killing her. That expression. Her anger is so fierce it feels like it could ignite the atmosphere around her. Uh-oh. Senpai leans forward. Here she comes. She's clearly going to rush me again, but I can't even track her movements, let alone fight back. I have no choice but to run. Luckily, we're further apart now than we were before. If I run as fast as I can, I should be able to retreat amongst the rubble. It's hard to get a clear view once you're down among the rubble, so if I can make it there, all I have to do is slip into a crevice and hide. The underground chapel itself may have been partially destroyed, but some of the catacombs that surround it should still be standing. Must hydrate. Here goes. I just have to make it to the rubble. Oh! Keys in my ass. My back. Something's lodged in my back. My body tumbles forward and slams into the ground. Just a little further. A little further and I'd have been able to escape amongst the rubble. I push myself back up onto my feet. The thing that's lodged in my back is one of those nail-shaped blades that the executors use. I rip it out with all my strength. The tip of the blade cut deep enough that it's poking out my chest. So in a fit of rage, I'd just pull the whole thing all the way through. Thankfully, I don't need to worry about the pain. My ability to feel it seized up ages ago. Now I can finally escape into the maze of rubble. But before I can, Senpai speaks to me from behind.
まだわからないんですか？あなたは今どのくらいの速さで走ったと思っているんです。あなたは箱の中のマウスと変わらない。なのにまだ何から逃げ出そうと言うんですか？
I look at the blade I just pulled out. It pierced straight through my chest, but the wound has already stopped bleeding. I'm already completely inhuman at this point. My consciousness goes blank. Don't be deceived. Don't be deceived. Hasn't she been deceiving you this entire time? Don't listen to her. If you listen to her, you'll die. Just ignore her. Don't accept it. Even if it's the truth, just brush it aside and fight back.
もうどこにも逃げ場なんてないんです。あなたには戦うか殺されるかの道しかない。けれど、戦うことができないのなら、あとはもう死ぬしかない。
She takes one step, then another. My executioner inches closer, careful to make sure I can hear every approaching footstep.
せめてあがいたらどうですか？私を殺せば一日は生きながらえる。そんなありえない希望を見ながら無様に死ぬのがあなたにはお似合いです。今さら格好つけなくていいですよ。あなたは無邪気に目の前の餌に飛びついて自滅するんですから。ほら、学校ではいつだってそうしていたでしょ。だからやめろって言ってるだろ。
I jump. Even though my back, shoulder, and arm are all but destroyed, I leap into the air as though it's the easiest thing in the world. With my breath coming in ragged gasps, I bound to the top of a 20-meter tall ruined building with speed that would rival even Senpai's. I run. My mind is blank. I'm propelled by nothing but the primal urge to escape. But even that can only carry me so far. Maybe it's because I'm out of breath, or maybe it's because I've lost all feeling in my shredded left hand. I trip over myself and collapse sprawling onto the ground. The wound on my back has already healed, but the same can't be said for the gaping hole in my left arm and shoulder. It seems like there really is something peculiar about that pile bunker. I have no idea how I can counter a weapon like that. All I do know is that I can't move the left side of my body properly. I feel like an idiot as I flail around with the right side of my body in an attempt to get back on my feet. I unceremoniously heave myself onto my back, drag myself across the floor until I reach a wall, and use it to maneuver myself into a sitting position. I've managed to prop myself up a bit, but that's about all I can manage. I tilt my head back, leaving my throat exposed and defenseless, and take a deep breath. When I look up, I see moonlight streaming through a hole in the wall. Maybe it's because I'm mentally and physically spent, but my vision is hazy, and everything in sight seems strangely insubstantial. I see. It really doesn't matter at all whether I'm Roa or not. After all, I'm a fundamentally insubstantial existence myself. I've been an ill-defined somebody lacking an identity outside of the name Tonoshiki from the very beginning. I feel a flash of pain in my shoulder. On the other hand, if my own identity had been as real as this pain, would any of this have ever happened? I lived my whole life thinking that I was Shiki, but that turned out to be someone else. I'm a nobody, an adopted child from who knows where. But what does it matter? It's tragic, but that's all there is to it. I feel no regret, no hatred. However, the fact that I never knew I was an adopted child, and that I remembered nothing about my life before I became a Tono, is so tragic it's almost comical. For you see, it's perfect proof that I truly am a nobody. There is only a single solitary moon in the night sky. It's so mysterious. I don't know why I didn't notice it before. The moon. It's so...
けど、笑うのはちょっと難しい。
It's comical, but it isn't the least bit funny. In the end, wasn't there ever a meaning to my existence? It's absurd to think that I'm really about to fade away, without even knowing the first thing about myself. It's absurd just how vague and uncertain my whole existence is. This world of visible death, of perceivable death, was 7 years ago that I met Sensei. Thanks to her, I've been able to live a normal life. Even now, I can confidently say that I was right for us to meet.
でもさ、先生、俺は生きてちゃいけない人間だったみたいだ。
I should probably take my own life while I'm still capable of making that judgment. But I can't do it. I can't just up and kill myself. It may be pathetic, and it may be a mistake. But even so, I want to live. Because if I die, then everything will become nothing but lies. I want to live, no matter how sinful my life may be, or how many things I end up losing. I want to live. As long as I had her. As long as I had Seal-senpai. I didn't care if I ended up losing everything. That's the sole purpose for which I've kept on living. But that too is over. It's been 6 years. Though whether that's a long time or a short one, I couldn't say.
嘘つき。
I didn't want to hear her saying those words. With this, my work is over. All that remains is for me to fulfill my remaining responsibilities.
嘘つき。
She's a liar. But maybe there was a hint of truth in her words after all. I mean, even though she's been deceiving me all this time, she's never... It's been a long time since I last felt this happy. So let's shake hands one last time.
おう。嘘つき。
But she's never lied to me. Not even once. Shall I be reading these? Oh, I'll read them. Please stay good friends with Inui-kun, even after I'm gone, okay? I wish I could have been the kind of student you two are. Oh, I wish I could have been the kind of student you two are. Even so, her very existence is built on lies. I can't bring myself to believe that her smile was also a lie. But, well, reality isn't always pleasant. The character named CL Senpai was all an act, a means to get close to me so that she could eventually kill me. I was tricked. She never genuinely opened herself up to me. Even the time she helped me when I was at my lowest. Even when we hung out, killing time together outside of class. It was all just her trying to confirm whether or not I was Roa. I grit my teeth. My molars groan under the pressure. I claw at the wall in frustration. That's right. I was tricked. She only ever got close to me as a means to an end. I claw at the wall in sorrow. Yeah. Even despite all that, could I ever hate her? Even if it was all an act for her, I still had lots of fun. That, if nothing else, is true. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since we first met, and yet, this is the happiest I've been in my entire life. But as it turns out, it was all just my own little fantasy. My eyelids are beginning to droop. I feel no hatred, no anger, only a regret so intense it ties my stomach into knots. My vision is starting to blur. Far above me, the moon gleams a radiant white. Below, a tranquil ocean of grey rubble. Everything's swaying and flickering. It's all just lies. An illusion that vanishes when you try and get too close. Like a mirage that will forever remain out of reach. The rasping sound of footsteps echoes across the ocean floor, backlit by moonlight. The adjudicator casts a long shadow across the desolate ground. There's no doubt that this is the end. She'll reach me any moment now. I've been through a lot, but I finally made up my mind. Well, if this is it, then... Oh! I take a deep breath, and when I speak again, the voice that comes out of my mouth is not my own. If you don't want to die, then kill her. If you think that you're not in the wrong, then kill her. Hurry up and kill her already. Kill her. Kill her, kill her, kill her, kill her, kill her. Oh. It seems like this really is the end for me. My thoughts are starting to get all scrambled up again. But the point stands. I don't want to die. And if I don't want to die, then there's only one thing left to do. Her footsteps are getting louder. My final moments draw closer and closer. Aren't you going to take off your glasses? She asked me that even though she knew what those words imply. In that case, Oh. I do not remove my glasses. Let me hydrate, give me a sec. Then, what should I do? My trembling fingers brush against the frame of my glasses. In a fit of rage, I cast off the object in my hand. I act this way because I've hammered into myself that I have to die. The hard object clatters across the floor and disappears into the night. I don't see any lines. The object I hurled away from me was the knife that had been clutched in my hand. I won't take off my glasses. I won't take them off no matter what. I threw my knife far away for the sole reason that I couldn't trust myself with it anymore. If I kept hold of it, I'm sure I would have done something I'd regret far more than simply dying. And so, she arrives. Nothing about her has changed. Her eyes remain emotionless, and she still carries her menacing weapon. She stops just sort of where I lie, sprawled against the wall. I don't get it. Why isn't she dealt the killing blow already? We're just staring blankly at each other instead.
一つ聞きますけど。
She points the tip of her gun at my chest.
どうしてメガネを外さなかったんです？どうしてただの一度も私と戦おうとしなかったんです？
どうしてって不思議でもなんでもない。
The thought just never crossed my mind.
そんなひどいこと先輩にはできないだろう。
愚かにも程がある。私はあなたを殺すんですよ。私はあなたの先輩なんかじゃない。すべて嘘だったってあれだけ言ってまだわからないんですか？
Her voice is scathing, despite maintaining a calm expression. Her extremities are trembling with rage and indignation.
知ってる。先輩はずっと俺を騙してきた。シエル先輩なんていう人は初めから嫌しなかったんだって分かってる。
分かっているならどうして？
いいんだ。先輩が嘘でも関係ない。俺はすごく楽しかった。先輩と過ごした時間は、先輩にとってはどうでもいい時間だったかもしれないけど。
Yeah, by all rights, something like that should have been beyond my reach. Something that I, with my eyes clouded by my fear of death, should never have been able to behold. The sort of prosaic scenery I'd unconsciously given up on. And that's why I don't mind. Even if everything was a lie to her, the truth is that her lie saved me.
だからいいんだ。
These past 2 weeks were really fun. If I were to start hitting Senpai now, would render even that time we spent together meaningless. Even if it was nothing more than a lie to her, that's only one half of the story. Even though I know it's a silly wish to give up one's life for, I still want the other half, my half, to remain genuine until the very end.
そんなことのために命を投げ捨てるんですか？望みは、あなたの望みというのはその程度のものなんですか？
そっか。やっぱり小さいかな。
That said, it's probably still the second most important thing to me right now. I need to hydrate. Excuse me. Okay. I can only think of one thing in the world I'd want more than that wish.
私、いろいろな人を見てきましたけど。
She takes a step closer.
あなたほどバカな人は初めてでした。
She presses the point of her gun against my heart. I don't get it. Why isn't she pulling the trigger? Her eyes seem oddly empty as she gazes down at me. This isn't the first time I've seen that emotionless look in her eyes. That's not to say that she's cold-hearted or anything like that. It's just that, try as she might, she's incapable of truly believing the lies she tells herself. Casting off her emotions is her only means of escape. Senpai was right. I really am an idiot. I've only just realized that whenever she gets that look in her eyes, it isn't because she's lying to me. It's because she's trying to lie to herself.
忘れていました。最後に懺悔を聞いておかないといけません。私、これでも神職ですから。
そうですか。懺悔なんてないけど、一つだけ聞いていいかな。
はい。手短にお願いします。
うん、すぐ済む。どうして先輩はそんなに泣きそうな顔をしてるのかなって思って。
It's subtle, but I think she just trembled slightly.
私は泣いてなんていません。
Senpai replies with this studiedly ruthless expression on her face. She says that, but now I'm just as confused as she is. Even if she denies it, I can't help but think.
泣きそうな顔に見える。どうしてかわからないけど。
それはあなたの錯覚です。私は何も感じていませんから。私にある感情は人間として死にたいというものだけです。それ以外の感情なんてない。
That's so sad. Only now that things have come to this am I able to see through her lies. The irony is crushing.
ひどいな。最後まで先輩は俺に嘘をつくのか。
She doesn't answer. Senpai is motionless, as though frozen in place.
あなたこそ嘘をついてる。ここで私に殺されることが望みなんて思ってはいないでしょう。
当然だろう、そんなの。死んだら何もないじゃないか。一応経験があるからそれぐらいは分かってる。本音を言えば生きていたいけど、ただ生きているのはもうダメらしくて。
Yeah, it's hopeless. Even if I somehow managed to make it out of this alive, there'd be no future for me. The human named Tonoshiki would disappear, and I'd go on to repeat the same atrocities that Senpai has already experienced. But something even more important would also disappear. In that world, Senpai would be gone. A life like that wouldn't be worth living.
今まですごく楽しかったんだ、先輩。有彦と俺と先輩でバカな話をしているときは悪くなかった。ただの休み時間でも先輩が来てくれるだけで夢みたいに楽しかった。
Which is why, right now, that's what I desire. That's my purpose. Even if it could never come true.
俺はずっとあのままの時間が続いてほしかった。
The moment I say those words, my heart is at peace. I don't care if it's just an unobtainable illusion. I don't even care if I'm chasing a mirage that never truly existed in the first place. If anything, that's because it was an illusion that the time we spent together is so dear to me. No matter what happens, I cannot be saved. In which case, if I can at least keep on dreaming the dream right up until the end, that'd be... Stupid, she murmurs. She adjusts the point of her gun slightly. The mass of steel creaks as she presses it against my chest. The point of her gun digs into my skin. It's a shallow cut, no deeper than the tip of a fingernail. Just a little more. She takes one final step. It'll all be over. But she isn't taking the final step. She's just staring at me with those emotionless eyes, up and still in her hands. And then, she bites her lip in anguish.
そっか。
It must be difficult for her to do it while I'm watching her. Not to mention, I don't think I can bear to see her on the verge of tears any longer. At the very least, make it painless. I close my eyes and accept my fate. My heart is pounding violently. I thought I'd come to terms with it, but my nausea and chills refused to disappear. My throat is burning. My fingers are trembling uncontrollably. I know it's for the best. I know the best way to end it all is to let her kill me here. But even so, I'm scared. I desperately fight to keep my breathing calm. If she thrusts the weapon forward 10 centimeters, I'll be reduced to nothing more than a lump of flesh. I feel like I could lose my mind at any moment. My senses have been sharpened beyond belief. My body can regenerate from anything short of a total annihilation. Both are signs that I'm already well past the point of no return as a human being. That's why I have no choice but to accept what's about to happen. Because this heart, the one that's racing in fear, is surely destined to disappear without a trace. I tightly clamp my mouth shut and try to prepare for what's about to happen. Getting stabbed in the chest is bound to hurt, but as afraid as I am, there's something preventing me from showing it. Something even stronger than fear itself. The sweat beads on my forehead. Even so, I will not cry out. If I can stay silent and resolute right up until the end, then Senpai shouldn't have to feel any guilt. I hear someone exhale. Her voice sounds strained. This stake that's been thrust into my chest is trembling. No, that's not right. That's Senpai's voice that's trembling.
私はあなたを殺そうとしているんですよ。騙して、裏切って、こうして残酷に追い詰めているのに、なんでそんな穏やかな顔してるんですか？あなた。
Without moving her weapon, Senpai takes another step forward.
答えなさい。私はあなたを殺すんです。あなたの都合なんて関係なく、ただ一方的に殺そうとしているんです。ならせめて、私を恨まないと、あなたは報われないじゃないですか。
Senpai demands an answer, anger burning in her voice. She isn't making this easy. I was just about able to keep my fear in check. But if I answer her now, I won't be able to stop my emotions from pouring out.
それとも、本当にバカなんですか、あなたは。私は、あなたを汚らわしい吸血鬼として処理するんです。なのにどうして？
Come on. I already told you why.
だって、それは先輩のせいじゃないだろう。
She drives the tip of the stake even deeper into my chest. Fresh blood starts dripping from the wound. She must have broken the skin. Sparks race through every ounce of my flesh, through every sliver of my bones. The pain is so intense that it puts every headache I've experienced to shame. The wound isn't even that deep. Simply having the weapon known as the seventh scripture pierce my body at all is enough to shatter my mind to pieces.
痛いでしょ。本来なら無痛で消してあげられるのに、こうしてわざとあなたを苦しめているんです。今まであなたに付き合わされた分、こうでもして楽しまないと帳尻が合いませんから。
Her voice is faltering. She drives the point of the gun even deeper. The overwhelming pain makes my whole body break out in a cold sweat. It feels like my internal organs are threatening to spill out of my mouth.
ほら、私が憎いでしょ。だから早く恨んでください。私に裏切られたって、私なんか信用しなければよかったって言ってください。そうでないと私、あなたを殺すことができないじゃないですか。
Her breath catches in her throat as she speaks. It's just... what she's saying makes no sense. She's trying to get me to blame her despite the fact that she'd been tormented by it if I did. It's as if she's begging me to let her paint herself as the villain, like it's her way of punishing herself. That's asking too much of me. I can't bring myself to cause her any more pain, especially not when she looks just like a crying child.
まさか先輩を恨むことなんてできない。
やめてください。なんで最後までそんなことを言うんですか。悪いのは私で、あなたは被害者だって言うのに。
The victim. She's just as much of a victim here as I am. Regardless, it won't be long before Roa usurps control of my body. I have to kill him before he can commit more of the same atrocities he carried out as Ciel Senpai. If my death is the only way to make that happen, then so be it.
いいんだ。先輩は悪くないよ。それよりごめん。こんな役目を先輩に押し付けて。
She quietly begs me to stop, and I feel the weight of the steel against my chest lift ever so slightly.
私はロアを見逃すことなんてできない。
The point of her gun is wavering, but I'm sure it won't for long.
そんなこと許されないんです、遠野くん。
She aims the tip of the seventh scripture at my heart. I hear her take a deep breath. Even with my eyes closed, I can tell that she's gripping the trigger tightly. Just before I hear the dull rattle of metal,
ありがとう。たとえ嘘でも、先輩が先輩でいてくれてよかった。
in my final moments, I leave behind the words that I wanted to convey the most. Oh? I hear a voice. Oh. Sobbing. That sounds just like a child sobbing. She lets the mass of steel fall to the ground. On the wall behind me, there's a bullet hole that looks like it was made by a spear. I hear someone desperately trying to hold back their tears. Realizing whose voice it is that I'm hearing, I slowly open my eyes. What greets me isn't the senpai from a moment ago. The person standing before me is a completely ordinary girl, hanging her head and weeping bitterly. There's nothing in her hands. The seventh scripture lies discarded on the floor. The shot that should have skewered my heart punched through the wall behind me instead. Senpai just keeps on crying. I don't know why she's so sad, but she's crying as though she's in unbearable agony.
先輩
I call out to her.
ずるい。遠野くんはずるい。あんなことを言うなんてずるいです。なんで私なんかを。
Tears are streaming down her face.
できない。私自分だっていつでも殺せるのに、あんなこと言われたらできない。
It seems like just looking at me fills her with guilt.
ありがとうなんて、そんな幸せな人を死なせるなんてやだ。
She buries her face in her hands and continues to weep.
先輩そんなに泣かれると困る
Because I don't know what to do about it. Maybe I should have chosen my words more carefully. Senpai's crying even harder now.
もう
This isn't the time to complain about knowing what to do. I can't stand to see Senpai crying right in front of me. So I pull her close and embrace her. Senpai immediately collapses against my chest, muffling her voice as she continues to cry.
ごめんなさい。
In a trembling voice, she repeats those words over and over again. Well, what do you know? The heartless version of Senpai that came here to kill me was the lie all along. I've finally been able to meet the real Senpai. It hasn't even been an hour since I called her, but it feels like I've been waiting forever for her to finally arrive.
謝らなくていいんだ先輩
For no deeper reason than wanting to hold her close, I wrapped my right arm around her. It was a sigh of someone stretched almost to its breaking point finally being released. Senpai has stopped crying. She must have calmed down at least. Ba-dum, ba-dum. We can each hear the other's heartbeats as clearly as if they were our own. It's so quiet. There's no need for words. Simply being able to listen to her heartbeat like this is enough for me. The thing I've been longing for all this time. The thing I wished for more than anything. It wasn't a big dream at all. All I wanted was for the real Senpai to stay by my side.
先輩の体あったかい
違います。あったかいのは遠野くんの方で、私は嫌になるぐらい冷たい人間です。こんなに優しい人にひどいことをしました。
You're wrong, Senpai. I'm not kind at all. Right now, all I can think about is your touch. I want to throw everything else to the wind and surrender to my desire. A desire to stay like this forever.
いいです俺はまだ生きているんだからそれでいいんですもうこうしていられるならそれでいいんだ
A long time ago, I came face to face with death. When I did, I was granted eyes to let me see something I wish I was blind to. This world of visible death. Of perceivable death. Here are things that threaten to fall apart at the slightest touch. However, it was precisely because they could fall apart that I came to realize life was a miracle in and of itself. And now, I am living that miracle. The happiness of being here with Senpai, of feeling the gentle warmth of her body. It's the greatest joy someone as dead as me could possibly experience.
先輩、俺、先輩がすごく大切だ。
遠野くん？
I'm in love with you, senpai. I hold my own life in the utmost regard, but I treasure her even more than life itself. I don't want to make her cry like that ever again. I want her to live a full life of joy. A life that suits that happy smile of hers.
俺はやっぱり死にたくない。ギリギリまで生きて、こうして先輩と一緒にいたい。だから。
That's a greedy, selfish desire, but I say it anyway. In order to reckon with myself and with her past.
俺はもう逃げない。自分から死のうなんて考えない。だから、お願いします、先輩。どうか、俺がロアに勝てる手助けをしてください。
大きく出ましたね。ロアを倒すではなく、ロアに勝利するですか。それは今まで誰もできなかったことですよ。
You say that, but technically she escaped being controlled.
称賛なしで大口を叩いてるのを承知の上です。でも、そうしないともう先輩といられないんだから、やるしかないです。
どんな無茶でもですか？
はい。俺が死ぬ以外の手段があるなら、今はそれにかけてみたい。ああ、いえ、そもそも選択肢があるかどうかからですけど。
ありますよ。私にもわからないけど、きっとあります。
Senpai wraps her hands around mine. Her grip is firm and resolute.
あなたがロアと戦うというのなら、私も諦めません。大丈夫。聖堂教会だって無駄に2000年も続いていません。教会中をひっくり返せば、きっと他の手段が見つかるはずです。まあ、遠野くんが私の言うことを何でも聞いてくれるなら、という条件はつきますが。
Seal senpai casually slips in a terrifying joke. Thank goodness, she's back to being her usual self.
何ですかそれ。そんなに無茶なことばっかりなんですか。
まあ、時と場合によっては大変な難病ですので、患者さんはお医者さんの判断を信じてくれないと話になりません。
そういうことなら問題ないですね。何があっても先輩が好きですから、俺。
Said it.
そうですか。奇遇ですが、私も同じですので、信頼関係はバッチリですね。
Damn. Senpai's way too cute when she's flustered. Despite the circumstances, I can't think of anything else but her. I've been staring intently at her face without even realizing it. Our faces are close. The arm I used to pull her close is wrapped around her delicate shoulders. Chew!
ごめん先輩。もう我慢の限界だ。
はい。
My lips seek out senpai's as though drawn to them. I feel her fleeting hesitation give way to a tentative response. It wasn't a deep kiss, but it was a long kiss. As if through it we were affirming what we both felt for each other.
こんな時なのに男の子なんですね。
本能に忠実だと言ってください。目の前にこんな可愛い人がいたら誰だってこうします。
Senpai's gotten a little flustered again. I'm beset by an even stronger urge to hold her tight, but I should restrain myself for now. If I don't, we'll be here all night.
とにかく先輩が手助けしてくれるなら100人力です。まずは教会に行けばいいんですね。
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
ええ、本国は無理でも この国にはいくつかの支部がありますから。
お、
でもその前にもっと大きな問題がありました。ロアなんかよりもっと大きな問題が。
ロアより大きな問題ですか？
いいえ、何でもありません。今はここから出ましょう。私のアパートなら少しは遠野くんを楽にしてあげられると思います。
oh, grumbly. I feel in much better shape already. No doubt thanks to the brief rest I just had. The wounds all over my body have started to close and the pain is beginning to fade. The thought of being slowly overridden by Roa and having my body transform into a vampire is repulsive, but I can't deny it's coming in handy now.
はい、そうでした。こちらどうぞ。落とし物ですよ。大事なものなんでしょ？
The knife? She's holding the knife I discarded earlier. That's a memento from my father. If I take those words at face value, then it's the only possession I have from my previous life.
そうですね。ありがとうございます。
Need to hydrate. I thank her for picking it up and pocket it again.
さて、あとは地上に戻るだけですか。今の遠野くんなら一人でも瓦礫を登っていけますよね。
Senpai starts looking for an easy path back out of the pit. I stand there feeling a sense of hope as I gaze at her back, when suddenly...
なんだこの音。
Yeah, what the... Oh? My ears pick up a sound coming from somewhere off in the distance. And it seems Senpai can hear it as well. The unrelenting chiming of bells. This sound. It's right. The sound of church bells. The peal of metal striking metal. It's a sound I've heard plenty of times before, but only ever on special occasions. So then... why can I hear it now? It's not like today's Christmas or anything, so... why? Oh! Senpai pushes me out of the way. As soon as she does... oh! A long, narrow weapon that looks like... the paling of a wrought iron fence skewers Ciel Senpai like she's a specimen in a butterfly collection.
殺すどころか助けるとか意味わかんない。
Oh no. Noel.
ルアに乗り移られた者同士、手を取り合って生きていこうってこと？
I hear a girl's voice echo across the sea of rubble. But there's nobody in sight, which means... As I run over to Senpai, I turn and look up at the sky. There.
何それ？美談のつもり？そんな身勝手許されるはずないじゃない。
Oh, why Noel become small? Oh. Stands the figure of a vampire, their body draped head to toe in sinister fuchsia? The girl lit upon the half-destroyed pillar like a fluttering butterfly. Her outward appearance is that of a 12-year-old girl. Her hair is the color of roses, and her eyes gleam a lustrous vermilion. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. She's a vampire. I mean, yeah. Even though I'd prefer not to know. Now that I'm one of her kind, I'm capable of discerning how powerful a vampire she is. She's of rank 6, the rank of a true dead apostle, independent of its sire. Dang, she took all those syringes back then? You're crazy, bro. A transcendental bloodsucker capable of establishing their very own faction by spawning more of the dead to serve them.
あれ？反応薄くない？タイミング測ったつもりなんだけど、渡したらまた外しちゃったのかな？
She cracks a joke while gazing down on us from her perch. She's so disingenuous that it's almost frightening. There may be a smile on her face, but she's watching us like a hawk, ready to swoop down at the first sign of weakness. Despite the carefree attitude, the bloodlust oozing out of every pore in her body is as thick and turbid as the contents of a gutter.
まあいっか。取り乱して悲鳴を上げてもらうのは後のお楽しみにすればいいんだし。それより今はこっちの話よね。ほら、早く殺してよ。ロアに汚染された魂は本人の意志が残っていようと例外なく消滅させる。そうでしょ？
No.
シエル先輩。
シエル先輩？
She addressed Senpai by name. Did they know each other somehow?
その姿、使徒に身を委ねたのですね、ノエル。
ノエルって、ノエル先生！
The vampire delightfully shrugs off Senpai's words. It's hard to believe, but there's no doubt about it. Noelle is transformed into this little girl of a vampire.
そう、ノエル先生よしきくん。見違えた？見違えてくれた？あなたから見たらまるで別人みたいでしょ？でもそこの人にしてみれば驚くことでもなんでもないわ。この顔は13年前のあの日の14歳の頃の私だもの。
Uh-oh. I hear shuffling noises coming from all directions, overlapping and growing louder as they draw near. It's the dead, and not just one or two of them either. There are well over 30 of them, spilling over the edges of the pit and crawling down like lizards. I ready my knife and prepare to attack. The dead that are converging on us are still fresh. In other words, they aren't Roa's victims. The one who robbed these people of their lives was Noelle.
ノエル、あなたは。
Senpai glares at Noelle, the iron paling still protruding from her body. Despite being skewered right through her chest, left arm and right leg, her voice betrays no sign of the damage inflicted on her. Her body will not die unless it always annihilated. Paired with that body in a burning will to fight, the flames of which have only been fanned higher by the appearance of the vampire before us, Noelle. Even though she was once Senpai's partner in exterminating vampires, she is now transformed into one herself, and has already spilled the blood of untold victims.
3日かけて50人近くの兵隊を作ったわ。初めは加減がわからなくて殺しちゃったり壊しちゃったりしたけど、今はこの通り一つの群れの先生役。なってみれば簡単よね、吸血鬼の生活なんて。軽く心をいじって抜け殻にしてあげれば、けなげで哀れな働きアリが一匹できるんだもの。しかもギフトのおまけ付き。人間一匹の血を吸うだけで力も寿命も伸びるなんてチートすぎて笑っちゃうわ。
More and more of the dead keep showing up. It's only been a few minutes and we're already completely surrounded.
よくわかりました。経緯はどうあれ、あなたは吸血鬼になった。吸血鬼として生き延びるために私を殺しに来たのですね。
Senpai doesn't so much as flinch as she rips the iron paling out of her chest. She has that look in her eyes again, the same one I've seen time and time again at this point. The look of an executor who's on the verge of tears. The battle's about to begin. No, let's call it what it is. The extermination is about to begin. The difference in ability between CL Senpai and Noelle is night and day. Due to the scale of the curse enveloping her body, Noelle far surpasses an ordinary human. She's at least 10 times, if not 20 times stronger than she was before. But despite her newfound strength, she still can't measure up to CL Senpai's natural capabilities. Not to mention that Senpai is the 7th scripture, a weapon that specializes in exterminating vampires. Even though she's reached rank 6, even though she's become as monstrously powerful as an ignoble dead apostle can, if the two of them were to fight, it would be her loss.
まあそうなるわよね。あなたにとって吸血鬼は誰であれ殺すもの。そうでなくちゃ許されない。でもね、それなら私より先に殺すべき相手がいるんじゃないかしら。
Senpai stops in her tracks. If it comes down to a fight, Noelle will lose. She knows that better than anyone. And so she's trying to break Senpai's spirit before the battle can even begin.
私が吸血鬼かどうかなんて今は些細な問題でしょ。ねえシエル先輩、私たちよく語り合いましたよね。この命は復讐のために、ロアを殺すためなら何でもするって。だから見て、私はその誓いを守ったわ。あなたがやってくれないから私は自分からこうなった。一人じゃ何もできない私はロアを殺すために大嫌いな吸血鬼に生まれ変わるしかなかったのよ。私のせい。
No, is that true?
そう、全部あなたのせい。あなたがいつまでもふぬけてるからこうなった。ほら、次はあなたの番よ。早く殺して。そこの坊やをあなたの手で八つ裂きにしてみせて。
In an instant, the tables have turned. Senpai is frozen in place, and the fighting spirit she displayed earlier is nowhere to be seen. She's so shocked she can barely even breathe. Gasping for air, she stands there with a gaze split between Noelle and me. Oh.
そう、できないの。やっぱり嘘だったのね。何もかも嘘。あの涙も懺悔も開口もみんな嘘っぱちだった。
Oh.
そんなあなたが私を殺す？恥知らずにも程があるわ。誰よりも薄汚い犬畜生。お前なんかあの時死んでいればよかった。生きていること自体許されるはずがないんだから。
She hurls abuse at Senpai as though cursing her. I have absolutely no idea what happened between them, but I can't put up with any more of this vampire's ranting.
何好き勝手言わせてるんですか先輩。あいつは吸血鬼です。周りをよく見てください。
遠野くん。
I step in front of Senpai, putting myself between her and Noelle's gaze. Holding my knife in my right hand, I glare up at the enemy. I can't move my left hand properly yet, but I'm feeling stronger than ever before. It's really not something I should be boasting about, but she's not the only one here reaping the benefits of turning into a vampire.
あら、まだ四季くんが残ってるんだ。てっきりロアに飲まれたと思ったのに。けなげに頑張るのね。君には恨みはないし、できるだけ楽に殺してあげようと思っていたんだけど。気が変わったわ。そいつをかばっただけでイラッときちゃった。あなたにも生き地獄を味わってもらおうかしら。
You're pissed off, are you? Well, that makes two of us.
あんたが先輩をよく思っていなかったのも願いやしいことも知っていたけどさ。まさかここまで先輩を怖がってるとは思わなかったよ。
へえ、それどういう意味なのか教えてもらえる？
分かっていることをいちいち聞くな。戦うのが怖いからベラベラ喋って矛先を惑わしやがって。大体あんたの目的は俺だろ。ロアを殺したいんなら俺を狙え。吸血鬼になり下がったあんたに 先輩を責める資格はない。
吸血鬼になり下がった私に責める資格はない。
Suddenly I feel a chill run down my spine. Something about what I said was wrong. The vampire in the form of a little girl grins wholeheartedly as she stares at Senpai and me. Enemies she wholeheartedly despises. She starts cackling like a demon, as though she'd been hoping for that very response.
ああ、そう。知らないんだ。四季君はその女が何をしてきたのか。
Senpai looks up, still frozen in place. She's begging Noelle not to continue. Noelle looks down at her, relishing the expression on her face, and then...
なら直接見せてあげる。戦うのが怖いなんて笑わせるわ。だって戦う必要なんてないんだもの。人間を壊すことがどれほど造作もないことか身をもって教えてあげる。さあ、私の目の中にいらしてくださる？
Uh-oh. I don't know what just happened. I didn't look into her eyes, and she didn't, strictly speaking, attack me either. Those eyes of hers just suddenly bloomed. That alone was enough to snare my consciousness and turn my entire world on its head. Oh. All I can see is roses. Roses and more roses. Their cloying scent dominates my world. A seemingly infinite sea of roses. Of red. Sorry, too many roses. As I stand in the midst of it all, I can't help but feel like I'm a puny insect eating away at a garden of roses.
ようこそ歓迎いたしますわ。名も知れぬお客様。これは快楽と背徳の園。この地上に存在する魔眼の中で最も美しく、最も醜悪と謳われたロズイアンの原理結界。
Petals scatter on the whispering wind. The avalanche of red robs me of my sight. Their fragrance defiles my nostrils. I can't tell where anything begins or ends. All 5 of my senses are being ravaged by this witch's brew of this world.
訪れた者には快楽、囚われた者には背徳。遊覧不乱の継ぎはぎの罪。一夜ばかりの幻の終わらぬものなら不死の毒。手に手を取って夢の狭間に参りましょう。
Sensing danger, I try to run, but the red is so all-encompassing that I can't tell where I am, or even what I am. My limbs and consciousness are swallowed by the sea of red roses. I become a character in a book where I can't even find my own name, and tumble at random into one of its pages. Hmm? The church bells are ringing. As I wipe down the tables out front, I take a look all around at the flurry of activity that's descended on the town. Let me hydrate. We already know what she's done, don't we? She don't. Some magicians and puppeteers are holding a charity show over by the town square, and children from all over town have gathered to watch them. It's 3 o'clock on the 24th of December 2001, and the sky's clear. There's only a few hours left until Christmas. My home is a cafe that faces onto the town square, and I'm currently preparing to open for the day.
こんにちは。お店は準備中?
He strikes up a conversation the same way he always does. Flustered, I spin around to face him. I feel like I'm walking on air. After shaking my head in an attempt to snap myself out of it, I bow to the gentleman and offer him a seat.
ああ、メニューはいらないよ。 ちょっと寄っただけだから。
Speaking casually in fluent French, he takes a seat at his usual table looking out on the main street. It's been half a year since this Asian exchange student came to our town. He's polite, but still easy to get along with, and often comes to play the piano at our cafe on his days off. Apparently, he came to France in order to study music, but rent in the city proved too expensive. So since he had some connections in this town, he ended up living here instead.
君は広場に遊びには行かないのかい?
No, please don't lump me in with those kids. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. Besides, I may not look it, but I'm already 14, you know.
そういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだけど。ごめん、謝るよ。お詫びに、はい。
Zoom back, sorry.
君はそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだけど。ごめん、謝るよ。お詫びに、はい。
He pulls out a small, neatly wrapped box from the paper bag in his hands. There's no doubt about it. That's the silver accessory I've had my eyes on. It doubles as both a bell and a cross. It's much too mature an item of a jewelry for a middle schooler like me.
親父さんにはいつもお世話になってるからね。ここと荒れる感がなかったら、僕はとっくに飢えて倒れている。お金はあっても料理ができないのは困りものだ。
Unable to bear looking at this gentle smile head on, I thank him while staring at the ground. I'm a bit of a late bloomer compared to my peers, and my social skills aren't really all that great either. This man is the only person I can talk to. It's partly due to the fact that, like all Asians, he has a bit of a baby face, but it's also because he feels kinder than anyone else in town. Really? I mean, maybe, I guess.
でも荒れる感はここのところ休みが多いよね。
That's a pretty funny line. Like all Asians, they all have baby. No. There's some that look mature. Look at the wrestlers. They don't look baby.
せっかくのクリスマスなのに街で一番のパティスリーが閉まっているなんてちょっとがっかりだな。
Hearing him say that ruins my mood a bit too. They branched out into cakes recently, which explains his confusion, but the shop at the end of the road named Arlequin is actually a long-established bakery. Our cafe gets our pastries from them, and my father is friendly with the owner. I don't really go out to play that often, but I've still met the daughter of the family that runs Arlequin. She just started middle school this year, and she's basically my polar opposite. A tall, lively girl with dark hair.
そういえば荒れる感の娘さんも見かけないな。以前はよく焼きたてのパンをくれたものだけど。
To be completely honest, I kind of hate that girl. I mean, I always see her chatting away with him, oh so happily on the main street. And like she's somehow taller than me even though I'm older than her.
もっとも様子がおかしいのは荒れる感だけじゃなくて街全体の話だけどね。ここのところ物騒な事件も頻発しているし夜も静かすぎるだろ。よその町に親戚がいるのなら新年はそっちに行った方がいいと思う。こらそこうさんくさい顔しない。こういう時の僕の勘は当たるんだぞ。
After finishing his coffee, he says his farewells, waving to me as he rushes off. Since it's almost Christmas, he's obviously headed for the church. Christmas begins at night, and ends at night. People may call the 24th Christmas Eve, but it'd be more accurate to say that Christmas starts on the evening of the 24th and ends on the evening of the 25th. It's only after the sun is set that things will really start to get hectic at the cafe. Feeling a little lonely, I stare at his retreating back and at the children playing in the town square. That is my final memory from back when my city was still alive. After I finish helping to set up the shop for the evening, I hold myself up in my room. I have homework that needs to be done, and it isn't like I have any friends that would invite me to Christmas Mass anyway. People wouldn't really approve if I just skipped Mass, but I really didn't feel like going. So I lied and told my dad I'm feeling under the weather. My room's on the second floor of the cafe, so I'm used to hearing the commotion from downstairs right up until midnight. Tonight's Christmas Eve, so it's bound to be even noisier than usual. In an attempt to distract myself from how alone I feel, I put on my headphones, drape a blanket over myself, and crawl into bed. I lie awake in the dark as the hours slowly slip by. I'm having trouble falling asleep, and I'm a little curious about the festivities going on outside. But most pressingly, I need the bathroom. I gingerly squirm my way out of the blankets and get out of bed. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. The night has only just begun. And yet, when I look out the window, I'm met with a perplexing sight. Even though the town square is brightly lit, the church has gone completely dark. I can hear long, loud screams that sound like nothing I've ever heard before coming from the main street. And below me, the lively hubbub of the cafe downstairs has died out completely. Still wearing my pajamas, I peer down the narrow hallway at the stairs that lead to the ground floor. I decide the first thing I should do is call out to my parents, but neither of them respond, and I can't hear the voices of any customers either. I tend to be pretty laid back about most things, but so I don't really think anything of it. I mean, I'd be on guard in my own home. So I wander downstairs completely unprepared, come around the corner into the cafe, and step into a nightmare of scattered human blood, flesh, and bones. I don't understand what I'm seeing at first, so I make the mistake of carefully surveying the entire cafe. Broken tables, broken chairs, scattered plates, scattered body parts. A cashier no longer needed, a father no longer present. The next thing I know, I can't even breathe properly anymore. It's as if my heart, something ostensibly able to operate independently of my thoughts, is being dragged along with my brain and is ruptured. I start vomiting before I even have the chance to scream. I curl up into a ball and vomit. I vomit over and over again. An entire lifetime supply of vomit. So much vomit that I almost choke and die on my own ejecta. By the time I'm done, my throat is burning so much I couldn't scream even if I wanted to. If I listen carefully, I can hear cries of joy coming from the town square. Hoping anyone can explain what's happening, I rush out of the cafe. The moment I step outside, I get my explanation. The burning town square, the piles of dead bodies, the familiar peal of the church's bells. There are now only two types of people in town. The pursuers and the pursued. The killers and the killed. Those that had been human just moments ago. And those that are still human running away. I have no idea why any of this is happening. I don't know if I'll ever know. All I do understand is that while I'd been moping in bed, something had heralded the end of the world, and I'm filled with grief at the thought that my parents have abandoned me because I alone had missed it. Perhaps thanks to the fact I can't even scream anymore, I managed to get away from the main street without being noticed by the monsters. Right now I want nothing more than to see my parents. It isn't safe here anymore, so I'm sure they're waiting for me outside of town. I figured that if I can get off the main street and onto 2nd Avenue, I'll be able to make it to the highway down at the bottom of the hill. The town is surrounded by nothing but countryside for miles in all directions, so there's no chance of anyone coming to help. But I hold on to hope that if I can just make it to the highway, everything will work out somehow. But when I look up, I spot a towering wall in the distance that wasn't there before. A set of castle walls over 10 meters tall have completely encircled the town. Gathered at their base is a large crowd of adults who are trying to escape. Their expressions are even more terrifying than the monsters in the town square. They're quarreling, cursing, and even killing each other. Come on, if we can't break it down, then someone should just climb up and lower a rope. An awfully rational shriek, especially considering our present situation. The adults stop quarreling and decide to start working together to climb the wall. Seeing that, I feel a wave of relief. I'd been watching them from a distance because I was scared, but now that they're cooperating, it should be safe to approach. But the moment I'm about to step out of the shadows, someone roughly grabs my shoulder. Yet again, I'm glad I can't scream. It's the man I admire, the Asian exchange student. He's panting heavily. Looks like he's just been through hell as he pulls me back into the shadows. But why? If we join them, we might be able to get out of here together. He isn't able to give me a proper answer. He simply stares intently at the wall, his face pale. Even more adults have gathered in front of the wall at this point. All of them are fleeing the town. I can't even count them all. I'm honestly impressed there are even this many people living in my hometown. But their numbers are all they have going for them. If they stood on each other's shoulders, they could make it over the wall, but they're busy squabbling about who gets to stand on top. And then I see something bizarre start sprouting up out of the ground. Another wall? It's an enormously tall wall, black yet transparent. It sprung up within the castle walls, encircling the town, and is almost as large. The adults who have noticed it scream in terror. They run over to the wall that has formed behind them and start pounding on it over and over again with their fists. But the wall doesn't break. Not only that, but I can hear a distinctive rumbling sound. Oh, it's gonna crush them. Wait a minute. That wall. What's it about to do? What's it doing? Eee.
動く！この壁動くぞ！おい、どうなってるんだ！村長を呼べ！下がれ！押すなよ！下がれクソども！おい、これ止まらないぞ！止まらないぞ！早く俺を上に上げろ！上げてくれよ！押すな！つぶら！
いい。
橋はまずい。もう隙間がない。真ん中だ。真ん中に逃げ。手が挟まって。おい、助けるんだ。嘘。
Squish. And it's just like an enormous old-fashioned wine press. Over 100 adults are being slowly squeezed against each other, the surrounding walls bottling up their blood, careful not to let a single drop get to waste. Oh? Who are these? Okay. High above on the castle walls, strange figures watch on in delight at the spectacle. He takes my hand and starts leading me back towards 2nd Avenue. I trail after him, head reeling from everything happening around me. Incidentally, I'm pretty sure that on the other side of that transparent wall I'd caught a glimpse of my mother, who had noticed me and was begging for help. We see all sorts of things as we run. At one point we witness an exhibition. Countless objets d'art had been erected all along the road that leads to the town square. At first glance I thought they were human-sized cactuses, but on closer inspection I realized they aren't cacti at all, but people. Their bodies are peppered by what look like thorns, so no wonder I mistook them for cacti. On them bloom deep red flowers, vampiric flowers that use humans as their seed beds, crimson roses that bloom in blood. Despite only the heads of the cacti people remaining human, they're smiling in total bliss. It strikes me as a kinder fate to die like that than by being attacked and eaten by a corpse. Or by being beaten and shot by a neighbor after being mistaken for a corpse. Or by being squeezed into juice by moving walls. At least if I'm going to be killed anyway, I'd rather die like that, like I'm dreaming. At another point we see a masquerade. There, enormously large bugs are squirming across the road. 6-legged insects, 8-legged spiders, many-legged quivering things. All of them are crying and screaming, begging in chorus to be turned back to normal. Even without looking closely, I can tell they're still human. But they've started to sprout strange new appendages all over their bodies. Ew. Crazy spider. This is love. Love. Love at its purest. I am sad. Why can you not understand my love? Love is something you give, something you nourish, something that makes you stronger. I want you to understand. I love you all so much that I cannot bear it. Eee. It doesn't sound like the voice of a living creature at all. The insect speaks like a robot preaching its love to the beings who were once human. Jumped away! It's strolling through the air. It has spun giant webs that span from rooftop to rooftop. It is such a grotesque and spine-chilling form that just looking at it makes me want to curl up and die. The demons that appear in fairy tales seem cute in comparison. Its 8 enormously long legs shimmer as they move, almost as if there were fingers working the keys of a piano. A beautiful yet hectic tarantula. And those aren't the only things we see. We see streets that have been frozen solid. We see areas where the grounds have been riddled with holes. We see flocks of beautiful doves that can only attack those who have given up on thoughts of escape. That article? Okay. I noticed the spear as well. That was the one that Vrov had. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. No, I've already lost my mind. I'm just so far gone that I've circled right back to being sane. Having reached my limit long ago, I've lost the ability to do something more than be dragged along behind him as we run. And because he has me here to look after, he somehow managed to cling on to his sanity. He stopped in his tracks, and he's now muttering to himself. I've already given up on thinking, so I can't even muster some half-hearted, non-committal response. Having come to that conclusion, he runs into the church, dragging me along behind him. There are a lot of other people inside. My father is there too. The warmth of his embrace, coupled with the weight of my own guilty conscience, is enough to make me burst into tears, unable to hold back my overflowing emotions. The church is a safe haven. Over 50 people have gathered here, huddling together as they wait with a bated breath for dawn to come. They're certain that once the night is over, these freakish events will end with it. We'll all go back to life as usual. However,
ああ、なんて嘆かわしい。街中の人間が殺到すると期待していたのに、集まったのはこれだけなんて。
え？
この時代は不信心者が多すぎる。
I hear footsteps coming from over by the altar. Her crimson eyes shine brightly even in the midst of the darkness. Oh. Huh?
でも、だからこそ歓迎しましょう。
Oh, hello.
ここに集まったあなたたちこそ、生贄にふさわしい敬虔な信者ですから。
In that moment, it became nothing more than her playthings. There's a bang and the entire floor of the church suddenly gives way, trapping us within an inescapable animal pen. There was a pool of blood beneath our feet. She says she wants to test out which method will best preserve our freshness. The first person to be chosen as a sacrifice is my classmate. She's folded in on herself, starting with her extremities. Coiling like a piece of calamari curling in on itself as it grills. Smushing. Her screams are wrung from her mouth together with her insides. One by one, apparently stretching skin paper thin is fun. Seeing the second and third victims being turned into carpets and boxes while still breathing is enough to make me lightheaded. One by one, she's waiting for someone. All this is just her way of killing time until they arrive. It reminds me of something I used to do. Open up a fresh bag full of sweets, and then pop them in my mouth one by one as I laze around watching TV. It's at that moment that I realize she's doing the exact same thing. The church is a bag full of snacks, and we are no more than the chips that happen to have names. One by one, the pool isn't actually being filled up with a liquid, but wrung out bodies of humans that have gone splat. Screaming, pleading, help me, help me. Scratch. Let's all work together now, and wear down this wall, this tall wall. Scratch. Rip. Even if your nails fall off. Squish. One by one. I can't remember his name no matter how hard I try, but the man who has been embracing me all this time has been chosen. I kick and scream, but it's no use. I get angry and try to defy her, but she just laughs in amusement and decides to kill him in the worst way she can imagine. No, don't kill him. That man, my father, don't kill him, please. Spare him. Stop! He's already small! As small as an apple. No, don't eat him, don't. I'll save you for last. Please don't throw him away like a piece of garbage just because he tastes bad. Someone please pick him up. I'm begging you. Please pick up that clump of flesh before he gets trampled on. One by one. Half of us are gone by this point, and the pool is halfway full, and everyone is banging their heads against the flesh-strewn floor, and they're all too afraid to even look at her. And they're all prostrating themselves, with faces pressed against the blood and grime in a desperate attempt to appease her. And one by one, we are all. But in the end, their groveling means nothing. After all this time, somebody finally shouts that dawn isn't coming. One by one, we're all painstakingly yet indifferently beep by her. She's been going at a pace of around 1 person an hour, so by this point it must have been around 3 days since she began. When I look around, I see that there are still a few snacks remaining. We are like the crumbs left at the bottom of the bag, the last few that have slipped into the creases. Suddenly, I hear a voice. He's still alive. He's missing a leg and an eye, though. Looking around, I realize that she is not here anymore. The wind must have blown very hard because I can hear a weird howling sound coming from outside. That is the final ray of hope. He's gonna save me. Everyone here has already given up on getting out alive. We all just want to be eaten and be done. But his eyes are different compared to everyone else's. I think that his kindness and his desire to help others are very human. We pile them up. We pile up the thrown away suits of flesh. They stretch all the way up the sides of the pool like a stairway reaching into heaven. He pulls me up by the hand. Oh. Even though it is far, I make it out of the pool. Everyone left is happy. I think that holding on to hope, even in circumstances like these, is one of our bad habits. Oh. Checking. Okay. Wow. He grabs a bench and uses it to destroy the staircase that everyone built together. Why? I understand. Wait, give me a second. Okay. Even I would notice if all the snacks in the bag suddenly vanished. But not even she would if only 1 or 2 of them did. I mean, she specifically told her, or whoever we're playing as right now, or whoever we are, that we're lost. So she definitely will notice. And why? He smashes the bench and takes part of it to use as a cane. He leads me by the hand to the door, towards what had been so familiar, towards the outside that we had wanted. Ooh. There are a lot of monsters outside. He pushes me from behind and shoves me in front of the monsters. He does it so that he can get away safely. Oh, okay. I don't hold it against him. It's not like he's evil or anything. He just had a moment of weakness. Even the best people can change drastically when push comes to shove. Oh. Yikes. Yeah. But I have to say those words were a bit unnecessary. He screams as he's eaten alive. In the end, despite what's happening, I still can't scream because of my damaged throat. Since he was the first to call out, he was the one to be swarmed and devoured. I lie discarded in a town square, watching as he is reduced to bones, while looking up and up and up, seeing with my own 2 eyes. The end of my now unrecognizable hometown. But that end wasn't something noteworthy. After all, the world has become all kinds of weird. An unspeakable upheaval is taking place. I understand everything. Even a young and broken girl like me has had her eyes open to the evolution. So my town was used for this ritual. However, it failed. Slain by the avatar in white, her body makes a splattering sound as it hits the ground right next to me. Even though I want to run, my body won't move. She's staring straight at me. I see myself reflected in her eyes, looking just like an abandoned doll. Are we Noelle right now? On this long, long night, I continue to watch over my pitiful, powerless self until I finally lose consciousness. Even as I'm buffeted by an intense nausea, I somehow manage to stay on my feet. My head is reeling, but I steady it with my left hand. The bones in my injured hand grate against each other as they move, and the pain snaps me back to being Tonoshiki.
出てきた。ただの人間のくせに、私の目の中から。
My stopped heart resumes its cardiac activities. Gasping, I fill my lungs with fresh oxygen. Just how long was I living someone else's life? Those weren't my memories, nor was it a dream. I was relieving her, Noelle's memories. There we go! That's what I thought that was the case. Interesting. In reality, it must have only lasted a few minutes. But to me, it felt like I'd been in there for over 6 days, forced to experience Noelle's past through her own eyes.
そっか、ただの人間じゃなかったんだ。今じゃ四季君は半分吸血鬼。死ぬような目にあっても生き延びるんだっけ。ほんと、生き汚いにも程があるわ。ルアの精神ごと夢の中で殺せると思ったのに。
The person dwelling in the corner of my mind issues a retort to the voice in the sky. Yes, unquestionably, had you possessed the real mystic eyes of Rose, then you might have succeeded at that. However, this mere facsimile? I don't know what that is. Facsimile could do no more than irritate me.
でも、その人は耐えきれなかったみたい。そうよね。もう一度あの出来事を体験させてあげたんですもの。ルアに乗っ取られて心が死んで、心祖に殺されて体も死んだ。一人一人の死に様も教えてあげた。今頃は記憶の中で一人ぼっち。二度と目覚めないのではないかしら。
シエル先輩。
Ignoring Noelle, I call Senpai's name, but she won't wake up. I call her name, shake her by the shoulders, and slap her across the cheek, but still she refuses to wake up.
無駄よ。私の魔眼から自力で抜け出したのはあなただけ。そいつはもう目覚めないわ。だって心が死んでいるもの。見せつけられた罪に耐えきれず、自分から覚醒を拒否した大罪に。卑怯で下劣な肉人形なんだから。
先輩、シエル先輩。
Undaunted, I keep on calling Senpai's name. I know for a fact that she isn't dead, because every time I call out to her, I can see her body react slightly. Ciel. Whenever she hears her own name, her shoulders tremble as though she's about to burst into tears.
諦めの悪い人ね。ああ、生きて出てこれたのもその往生際の悪さがあったから。でも無駄な努力よ。どうあってもあなたは助からない。命乞いを聞く耳もないし、逃がすのなんて絶対にない。 あなたはここで夢の中のどんな死に方より痛くてひどくておかしい死に方で殺されるの。あ、でもその前にせっかくだから聞いておこっと。これってレアかつ一度きりの美味しい機会だし。ねえ、私の中はどうだった？濃密すぎて興奮した？可愛すぎて浴場した？癖になるぐらい酩酊した？っていうか、そいつがどのくらい最悪で私がどのくらい正しいか分かってくれた？心の底から謝って二人仲良く私に殺されたくなったかしら？
The vampire smiles with delight. We're ringed in by a swarm of the dead. The one I love is standing in front of me, trapped in a waking nightmare.
そうかよ。
I can't hold myself back any longer. I hear a click as the firing hammer buried in my brain falls. I can't afford to waste any time. It goes without saying that the situation is grim. I escape with Shield Senpai. It's clear how bad the situation is. Any normal person surrounded by the dead like this wouldn't stand a chance of escaping with their life. But if I went up against them alone, then they would simply grab my limbs and devour me before I could even deal with the first few. Except I'm not a normal person anymore. Even though I haven't drunk any blood yet, my body's already halfway through transforming into something else altogether. My right hand is clenching my knife. My left hand hurts like hell, but I grip my teeth and ignore it. With my left arm wrapped around CL Senpai, I muster all my strength and leap clean over the encircling dead. After a quick run-up, I kick off and cover over 10 meters in a single bound. I hit the ground at speed, my ankles bearing the brunt of the impact. I wasn't able to brace for landing because I was carrying Senpai, but it doesn't seem like I've done any serious damage to my ligaments. So this is the power of a vampire's body. If I only had to deal with the dead, then I'd be able to get away easily, but... Comes out of nowhere like... I steal a glance over my shoulder. The vampire in fuchsia is smiling in satisfaction. Her sadism is on full display, as if she'd been eagerly anticipating this hunt.
走るぞ、先輩。
Adjusting my grip on Senpai, I start sprinting across the rubble. The second I kick off the ground, a weapon grazes my thigh.
楽しい狩りの始まりね。ああ、本当夢みたい。ずっとこうしたかった。ずっとこの時を待ち続けたの。最高。ありがとうって言ってあげる。期待通りの反応で嬉しいわ。お人よしの人殺しさん。
Her bell-born voice rings in my ears. That phenomenon is a product of two things. The bells ringing throughout the entirety of the pit, together with a directed sound wave aimed squarely at you. She's most likely using the echoes of the bells as a sonar to map the terrain. When dead apostles reach rank 6, they gain their own superpower. Hers seems to have something to do with sound. I get that it's a vital piece of information that will help ensure our survival, but that guy needs to shut the fuck up for a second. I don't have time to sit around listening to his musings right now. So that was Roa telling him, okay, I see. I shake off the presence behind me and continue running. As I run, I start to tremble with anger. Despite everything, there's only one thing on my mind right now. I didn't know. I didn't know about what happened 13 years ago. About that tragedy that no human could have prevented. And despite knowing nothing, I shamelessly declared that I would defeat Roa. It's only natural that the executor Noelle would despise me from the bottom of her heart. That's right. I sympathize with her. I can't blame her at all for swearing to take revenge. She bears the grudges of every single person who was killed back then. As the sole human survivor of that tragedy, she has every right to take revenge on Roa.
ほら、急がないと焼き鳥串みたいになっちゃうぞ。まずは足から。そうしたらお腹を刺してひとまとめにして、最後はやっぱり股間から脳天までぶっ刺すのが定番よね。
Steel rains down behind me. She's treating this like it's some sort of game. Her palings are practically nipping at my heels. If I slow down even slightly, she'll impale me immediately. As long as I'm carrying Senpai, all I can do is run away. And even if I do, she'll eventually catch up and run me through. If I want to survive, then I have no choice but to leave Senpai behind. That vampire wants to witness me make that choice. So she purposely let me run away, and is toying with me as she slowly drives me into a corner. But it doesn't matter. None of that matters right now. There's so much rage swirling around my head that I don't know what I might do. I knew nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. I knew nothing about the girl who went through hell and back. I knew nothing about the girl who created that hell and was then dragged back to reality. I vent my anger as I run. I thought that I was the only victim here. I didn't even realize what she meant on the few occasions she did speak about her past. About the life she'd had after turning into Roa. I didn't even stop to think about what that was like for her.
昔、私はこの体になるきっかけで罪を犯しました。多くの間違いを犯して、多くのその後、私に課せられたのは、犠牲になった人々の数と同じだけの処罰でした。
What a sick fucking joke. How nightmarish must that have been? Just like me, her will remained intact as she was forced to watch all the atrocities Roa committed, all the way up until she was killed alongside him by Etiquette. Don't worry about it, Shiki. Unlike me, you didn't fuck up and feel so embarrassed about it. Oh no, what'd you do, Alula? Welcome. Had a good day. What happened? But then, just as she finally thought it was over, it turned out there was a second act.
教会の人たちは異端者であるその子を何度も殺すんですけど。
They killed her as many times as she had killed others. Even though she was still alive, even though she was still human, they treated her as nothing more than an undying specimen to be experimented on. But despite all that penitence, all that pain, she still can't. That is all I will speak. I wish you forgot. Okay, I won't bring it up then.
全然強くない。単に死なない体だから、体が強いから罰に耐えられただけ。普通の体だったなら、きっと一日で投げ出していたんです。
She still can't forgive herself. She wants to die as a human, does she? Is that so she can finally forget everything and be at peace? Of course not. Even that salvation is denied to her. To her, it's simply a duty she absolutely must fulfill. She believes there's only one way she can atone for her sins, by killing Roa, laying the souls of his victims to rest, and allowing herself to be judged in death. I don't have it. As I thought, I don't have that kind of strength, Senpai. All I have is my uncontrollable anger. Anger at myself for not realizing the weight of the burden she carries on her shoulders. But...
まだそんな体力が残っていたんだ。四季君一人ならとっくに地上に逃げられたのにね。一体いつまでそんなガラクタを背負ってるつもり？
So mean! It may be selfish, but right now I'm glad that things turned out like this. I'm glad that you decided to spare me. I'm honestly so glad that I didn't have to leave you alone, even if it meant letting Roa live for the moment. Are we gone? I leap as far as my legs would carry me and hide among the crumbling ruins of the building. She isn't coming after me. I knew it. She still really is inexperienced. Right now, she's only skilled enough to perceive things that make noise, things that move. I finally found somewhere suitable. I should be able to hide her here. I lay Senpai down at the edge of the building. She's sleeping with her eyes open. She may look dead to the casual observer, but she's definitely still alive. Because of her undying body, she's already suffered so much. Why is she a T-Rex? Who? Wait, who's a T-Rex? Cause she's sleeping standing up. Oh no, she being consumed by the mystic eyes of Rose. And in a permanent dream currently, which Shiki escaped. That's why there's no way she's going to lose now. There's something so pathetic as that vampire's mystic eyes. She's going to wake up and come back to me any minute now. I just know it. That's why until she does, I need to buy her some time. Oh, you mean the way? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, she's going off sound at the moment. She can't really, see things unless they move, I guess. I embrace Senpai's motionless body, calling her name as I stroke her blue hair. I try as best I can to put everything I'm feeling right now into words. Our embrace only lasts 10 seconds, but it's enough for us to feel each other's warmth. I move away from Senpai. With this, I've done all I wanted to do. Now, all that remains is what I must do. I take a deep breath and leap out into the explosive heart of the pit. I slip out from the cover of the ruined buildings and return to the center of the collapse. Now that I'm not carrying Senpai around, my body feels awfully light. I could probably make it back above ground in a matter of minutes if I were to use the rubble as a foothold. But then again... Uh-oh.
あら、ブッシュから出てきてどうしたの？もしかして諦めちゃった？それとも命乞い？どっちにしろ、楽しいウサギ狩りはここまでかしら。
There's no way she'd ever let that happen. After cutting off any means of escape with her, or with her now assembled iron fence, the vampire alights softly on the ground. We're standing on even footing now. My current abilities, I could cross this wasteland and reach her in about 2 seconds.
お荷物は暗がりに落としてきたのね。ええ、それでいいの。それが正解だもの。よかった。あなたにもまだ人間らしいところが残っていたのね、四季君。
I stand on my toes and watch for an opening. The battle has already begun. As friendly as her tone is, her words still drip with bloodlust. Without taking my eyes off the vampire, I quickly take stock of my surroundings. Noelle was the only one who could keep up with me, and the swarm of the dad is headed this way. But it'll probably take them a few minutes to get there. Our weapons have been driven into the earth around me, at 1 meter intervals, forming a circular iron fence. The enclosed area has a diameter of about 40 meters. I could easily jump over it, but my sharpened senses are telling me that doing so would be falling for a trap. Probably something to do with sonic interference. Even if it isn't as bad as her mystic eyes, I'm sure it'd still be enough to scramble my thoughts and knock me off balance. If that happened, I'd still be a sitting duck. She'd skewer my heart in an instant. There's a good chance this is the intended purpose of that weapon. The worldview is rooted in the idea of torturous confinement. Her ability is modeled on the idea of being locked in a relatively spacious prison, only for it to gradually warp into a vision of hell. The only way to escape this circle is to eliminate its creator, Noelle.
怖い。メガネを取ったってことは、私を殺す気になったってことよね。
From here on out, this is a fight to the death. If I make a single mistake, or luck just isn't on my side, I'll be killed. Am I afraid? Of course I am. I'm more afraid now than I was when facing Vlov. It isn't just the difference in strength that terrifies me. It's that I've seen what goes on inside her mind. I can't bring myself to truly despise her. Under normal conditions, that would spell certain defeat for me. But I can't afford to lose. I will not fall here. Noelle holds a weapon in her hand. It's one of those skewers she's been firing at me this entire time. If she wanted to, she could probably wield several at once. But the smile on her face seems to say that one is enough.
知ってるわ。キューサ猫を噛むでしょ。おお、それはダメか。私負けちゃうもの。この場合は支柱に勝つありってやつ。まあどっちでもいいか。大事なのは生意気にも私をどうにかできると思ってるその目つきをどう教育するかなんだ。
She's coming, regardless of our weapons stack up, or how disparate our physical abilities are. One fact remains: I can only afford to take 2 hits at most. Clenching my knife in a forward hammer grip, I shift my center of gravity backwards.
まあ体罰が妥当よね。そんなナイフでどこまで持ちこたえられるか先生が試してあげる。
And without exerting any force or leaving myself open to Noelle, I let my body teeter backwards as if I were falling over. With my body arched over backwards like a bridge, Noelle and her weapon sail right over on top of me. Her skewer, which had been aimed at my heart, grazes the tip of my nose instead. I can see that her mouth is set in a grim line. The line on her bare, defenseless stomach is right in front of me. Still bent over backwards, I take aim at that line and... Uh-oh. I was able to avoid Noelle's skewer, but I couldn't dodge her elbow. I'm sent flying head over heels before I even know exactly what hit me. Uh-oh. I hit the ground back first, rolling a couple times to blunt the impact. I fucked up. Noelle isn't the only one that's turned into a vampire here. My movements are faster than I'm used to, so I ended up hitting her on the shoulder instead. As a result, I only managed to graze her before ending up like this. She may be small, but she hits like a truck. I need to rethink my approach. Her weapon isn't the only thing I need to watch out for here.
すごい。またドールみたい。それともうつせみの術？
Oh?
違うわよね。主役は私なんだもの。せいぜい目障りなカトンボってところかしら。どっちにしろ面白い。素敵よ、四季君。今ので当たらないのなら次はもっと少し強く言ってあげる。
On the plus side, it seems like my opponent's in a similar position. She put all the power she had behind that assault. It was a blind charge with no thought for what might happen afterwards. She wasn't even able to stop herself after I dodged it, and slammed headfirst into her own fence. She can't handle all that power properly. No, that's not it. She's just enjoying herself too much. Still, that doesn't mean this will be easy. Just being hit by her elbow was enough to shatter the bones in my right shoulder. Although this burning pain isn't from having my shoulder pulverized, but from having it knit itself back together. I can tell what's happening without even looking inside my shoulder. My muscles are latching onto the broken bones like a swarm of leeches, coiling around them and wrenching them back into place.
さっきから気になってたんだけど。
I need to buy some time while my shoulder heals. A few seconds is all I need.
何？私の魅力に参っちゃった。年下の先生って興奮しちゃう。
Nah, you ugly.
そりゃ別の意味で参ってるけど。
That apostle is a basically upgraded life. Those who turn into vampires often have their bodies morph into the most beautiful form they can take. They become an erotic work of art, an instrument of pleasure, to which ordinary humans cannot even compare. In her case, these youthful-seeming bodies are her most beautiful form. This immature, undeveloped version of her represents her prime. It's hard not to feel sorry for such an animal.
いやそうじゃなくて、あんたがロアを憎む理由は分かった。でもいいのか、こんな方法で。俺を殺してもロアは死なないぞ。
Always a reincarnating collection of information. Even if she kills me, his soul won't die. In order to truly kill Roa, you'd need to either baptize him with the seventh scripture, or do something that ignores causality to bestow death on him directly.
その通り。頭のいい命乞いね。確かにあなたをめちゃくちゃにしたところで、ロアには何のダメージもないわ。
なら。
でもいいの、そんなの。ロアへの復讐なんて今さら何の意味もないと思わない？ロアを殺せば誰かに褒めてもらえるわけでもないんだし、そういういい子ちゃんごっこはあの女にお似合いでしょ？
I figured she'd say something like that. I realized how her mind works long ago. My right shoulder is all in order. Seems like my bones have already healed.
やだ、びっくりさせちゃった。
Better charge my tracker. Okay.
そう、私はロアの転生体を殺したいだけ。あなたを殺して気持ちよくなりたいだけ。あの女を殺して気持ちよくなりたいだけなの。
Yeah, but you can't kill her unless you kill Roa, so it's not how it works, Noel.
その後のことはまたその時に考えればいいと思わない？だってせっかく吸血鬼になったんだもの。後先を考えて我慢するなんて、そんなの人間らしいにも程がある。
矛盾してる。ロアを殺さない。
Yeah, well,
先輩は死ねないのに。
バカじゃないの。あれは生き返るだけで死なないわけじゃないでしょ。殺せばちゃんと死ぬのよ、あの人は。だからね、ずっと殺し続けておけばいい。例えば濃硫酸のプールに浸しておくとかどう？生き返っても即死する状況にしておけば、あの子は永遠に生き返るけど生きていないことになるでしょ。
That's fucked. I bought more than enough time. My right shoulder is completely healed. I've got a headache, but only because I've used too much blood. I'm as calm as can be. So calm that it hasn't escaped my notice that the dead are starting to gather around the iron fence. And so I'm able to stifle my headache and ask my final question.
ノエル先生、これがあなたとの最後の会話でしょうけど。
最後の間違いよ、しきくん。日本語は正しくね。
むざむざ殺される気はありません。それでもあなたが俺だけを殺すというのなら筋は通っています。
へえ、だからシエルは見逃せっていうの？本気？でも無理だから。というか四季君の命なんてどうでもいいし、先にあなたを殺しておけばあいつはもっと苦しむでしょ。わかる？あなたはただの前妻なの。私にとってメインディッシュはあの女の処刑ってまだわかんない？
There was nothing left to discuss. I can no longer picture the poor girl who had cowered inside the church, but I can picture the reason why I cannot fall here. I cast aside the last shred of human compassion I still had in me. Gritting my teeth to distract from the pain in my temple, I attempt to make contact with the second time. She's 6 meters away. I should be able to close the distance in 2 steps. One step, I glance at Noelle's right hand, which is poised to intercept me, and the tip of her right foot, which is firmly planted on the ground. If she was going to thrust with her right hand, she'd want to use her left foot as a pivot. But if she's using her right foot instead, then that means 2 steps. I've entered within range of the enemy. My weapon's reach is inferior to hers. If I can't slip past her opening attack, I won't get a chance to sever that squirming line. I'll stop just short of her, dodge the skewer aimed at my heart, and then... Uh-oh. Flick. Her counterattack consists of nothing but a flick of the middle finger. It hits me squarely in the side, sending me flying all the way back to the iron fence. Bruh. I slam back first into the iron fence. I've lost all feeling where she hit me. My diaphragm is so damaged that I can't even breathe. And then there's the noise. The moment I came into contact with the iron fence, I was bombarded by a noise that threatened to turn my brain to mush. Ew. When I opened my eyes, the dead have already started reaching towards me. Their groping, grasping hands rain down on where I've fallen. Without getting up, I roll away from the iron fence. I've almost avoided the dead to stay put, as they aren't crossing over the fence. Which means Noelle herself is probably hot on my tail. But she isn't coming after me. The vampire stands alone in the dead center of the circle, hugging her own body tightly. Bruh. I edge away from the iron fence and begin walking towards her. I still can't breathe properly, but it should sort itself out while I walk. I walk until I'm about as close to her as I was before, then stop. It seems like she started to take this more seriously. I give my left hand a squeeze. I still can't move my fingers yet, but the arm itself is back in action. After taking that second hit, I now have all the information I need. I click my tongue in irritation. This is bad. I could actually kill her. She must have misinterpreted my sigh as one of fear and resignation as she kicks off the ground with an ecstatic smile on her face. Her attack consists of nothing more than a simple forward thrust of her weapon. She won't get me a third time. Even though she's moving slightly faster than before, I've already deduced what she's capable of. I bring my regenerated left arm up to meet the approaching iron skewer. It pierces my wrist. I fling my left arm to the side to twist the skewer away before it can impale my heart. Damn, my left arm's been ripped off again. It's a small price to pay though, because right in front of me is her completely and utterly defenseless neck. Oh. Give me a sec. Let me hydrate. Give me a bit. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. No, I will not kill her. I stay the knife that's poised to reap the enemy's neck. I just let a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass me by. I feel a sense of deja vu. Just like our first clash, the vampire lands a hit on me. This time with her knee and sends me flying backwards across the wasteland. My left hand is a complete wreck. Everything below my shoulder has become some kind of bizarre mincemeat. I've lost so much blood that my vision is starting to swim. At this rate, it won't be long before I stop breathing altogether. The one saving grace is that my body temperature has already plummeted ages ago, so at least I'm not shivering from the cold. It wouldn't be far off to say I'm already a corpse in this condition. Well, it is what it is. That was my one chance to kill her, and I went into it knowing full well I'd end up like this even if I did. After I threw away that chance, my own death was the only remaining outcome. As for the vampire, she's standing over 10 meters away, frantically probing at her neck with her fingers. Her face frozen in fear, she checks and double checks that her head is still on her shoulders. Yes. I don't have any obligation to answer her.
待ちなさいよ。どういうこと？情けをかけやがったの？変に刺されるだけの虫のくせに、こんなに強くなった私をまだ下に見るっていうの？
Still shrieking, she leaps back up to the top of the pillar, and then skulls back down at me like I'm some sort of disgusting insect.
もういい。遊びは終わりよ。そこで惨めな肉になっちゃえ。
The dead starts crossing over the fence and heading my way.
本当に今更だけど、あんたのそういうところは素直にすごいと思うよ。
After all, this is the perfect strategy. Anything that gets close to me runs the risk of getting killed. If she understands that now, and giving her fear of death, there's no way she's going to engage me in close combat. Instead, her best options are to either pick me off from a distance or turn this into a battle of attrition and try to overwhelm me with numbers, which is exactly what she's doing. Even though she's drunk with power, she still recognizes the limits of her own abilities. Cowardice is an important parameter when it comes to survival. The only beings that are crazy enough to fight me head-on are monsters who are already dead, ludicrous weirdos who can't die, and people who are able to overcome their own fears. I adjust my grip on the knife. I can't get too close to that iron fence. If I tried jumping over it, I'd just come crashing down to the ground like a fly that got too close to a bug zapper. The dead encircling me draw closer. Now then, since I have the stamina of a vampire now, I should be able to handle the first 20 or so if I play my cards right. Beyond that, though, the prospects are dim. So dim that I can't make out a future in which I get out of here alive. I wonder why I didn't finish her off back then. I don't really understand it myself. It's just... I had a feeling that I shouldn't be the one to settle things with that vampire. There's no time for regret. Besides, I can't allow myself to die in a place like this. I muster every sliver of consciousness and blood left in me and begin cutting away at the looming wall of the dead bearing down on me. I mow down dozens upon dozens of the dead. The vampire's body really is something. I couldn't breathe for a few solid minutes, but I still didn't pass out. My body's also still moving, even if it's not as smoothly as before. The blood I've lost is being rapidly replenished by my bone marrow. It's honestly terrifying to think that vampires have an endless supply of life force at their disposal during the night. That said, since my left arm isn't fully healed yet, and the dead keep inflicting life-threatening injuries on me with their claws, I'm losing blood about as fast, if not faster, than I'm gaining it. Still, it's thanks to that replenishment I've been able to not just stay conscious, but fight. This one makes 40. I think there's only 10 or so left. My headache isn't bothering me anymore, mostly because it's being drowned out by the feeling that my body's about to explode from all the stress I'm putting on it. But I can still do this. I can still fight. If all goes well, I'll be able to clean up the rest of the dead, and then I'll have a chance to knock that vampire right off her perch.
いい顔ね。終わりが見えてきて生き返ったって感じ？実際あなたはすごいわ、四季君。私感動しちゃった。だからご褒美をあげる。その希望をぐちゃぐちゃに踏みつぶして思いっきり泣かせてあげるわ。
The funeral bell rings. I wonder how long I've been fighting for at this point. Without me realizing it, the crowd of the dead surrounding the fence has grown just as large as it was when I started, if not larger. Oh, okay. She can just get anyone who's dead.
残念だったわね、おバカさん。ここをどこだと思っていたの？ロアの地下墓地の慣れの果てよ。手足になる死者なんてそれこそ吐いて捨てるほど埋まってる。そうね。私から見てもざっと10体分ぐらいはいるんじゃないかしら。
The will to fight I had so desperately clung to begins to slip from my grasp. A whole battalion. In other words, there's over 100 of the damn things now. That number is only going to keep going up. There's a voice in my head telling me to just give in already. The fact that I'm part vampire is honestly making this worse. See, the injuries themselves aren't actually all that painful. It's my body repairing itself that really hurts. Which means that death would be painless. If I were to give up now, there'd be nothing to be afraid of. What a joke. The hell am I thinking? There'd be nothing to be afraid of? As if I'd ever waver for a reason like that. I cut my way through wave after wave of the oncoming dead. Now that I think about it, she's clearly toying with me again. If she just left it all to the dead's self-preservation instincts, they'd have overwhelmed me but long ago. The only reason I'm still alive is because she's manipulating all of the dead herself. She's controlling each and every one of them manually from her vantage point, almost like she's playing with her food. This must be her way of trying to forget the shame of almost being killed. She's eagerly waiting for me to throw in the towel.
それで50体目よ、四季君。でもいい加減疲れたでしょ。自分から殺してくださいって思えてきたでしょ。そもそも何のために戦うの？もうロアに乗っ取られるって分かっているんでしょ。どのみちあなたは消えるんだから、もう楽になったら。
Shut up. I'm actually getting a kick out of the endless stream of the dead. but I can't stand listening to her voice. So yeah, I am getting pretty tired of this, but not in the way she thinks. If she wants to actually kill me, she's got to start taking things a little more seriously.
しつこい人ね。
Choo.
ねえ、どうして死にたくないから戦うの？でもあなたはもうすぐ消えるじゃない。なのにどうして諦めないの？目障りにムカつくの見ていられないの？ほら、さっさと死ね虫けら。あの時の私みたいに何もかも投げ出せって言ってるの。
Sensing projectile approaching from above, I leap backwards. The skewer she just hurled at me in frustration embeds itself in the ground at my feet. The vampire stares down at it with a dazed look on her face, almost as if she'd just trampled all over her own pride. Even though I stand at death's door, I can't stop a chuckle from escaping my lips.
何がおかしいのよ。先に頭の方がいかれちゃった？諦めないのは脳が腐ってもうゾンビになってるからなわけ？
Even I'm not sure how much my own sanity remains, but it seems my sense of pity is still hanging in there at least.
まったく言いたくはなかったけど、あんたの勘違いは耳障りだから教えてやるよ。俺は死にたくないからあがいてるんじゃない。シエル先輩がいるから立っているだけだ。あんたが何をしようが知ったことか。
なんですって？
I let out a deep sigh. If I say any more, it'll mean playtime's over. She'll be fully intent on utterly crushing me. That's okay. No matter what she throws my way, I'll definitely overcome it. More importantly, if I don't say what I'm thinking now, I feel like I'll lose my motivation.
俺が諦めないのは先輩を信じているからだ。もっと生きていたいからだ。っていうか、俺はこれからずっとシエルと楽しくやっていくんだから、こんなところで死ねるかバーカ。
Oh, that's right. I said it. Take that.
ああ、そういうこと。拷問って苦しめるだけが答えじゃないのね。命を奪うこと、未来を奪うことそのものが責め苦になるやつもいるわけ。
I guess. The dead stop moving. Rows upon rows of skewers fan out behind Noelle. There are too many of them for me to even count.
いいわ。それならさっさと殺し、あの女への見せしめに隙間なく埋まって死ね。
She strung her skewers together, creating one gigantic iron fence, then called it back on itself, again and again until it completely blots out the sky. It's an indiscriminate carpet bomb, bombing that's not even the dead will escape. The legs that leapt back from danger earlier now refuse to move. There wouldn't be any point. I can't avoid it, no matter what I do. Oh! However, the downpour of steel is deflected by a metal missile that comes flying in from the side. The object now launched in the ground is one of the black keys used to hunt vampires. There's no doubt about it. The vampire and I both look up. I in joy and she in frustration. Retracing the path the black key took, I look to its source. There she stands atop a partially destroyed pillar. Backlit by moonlight, she glares resolutely at the vampire. It's the figure of Ciel Senpai, who has emerged victorious from her nightmare through the strength of her own will. Ooh. I witnessed the hell of my ordinary life coming to an end. I witnessed the hell of parents killing their own children. I witnessed the hell of children killing their own parents. I witnessed the hell of every single one of them being slaughtered indiscriminately.
やめてやめてやめてやめて
There was nothing I could do to stop it. I witnessed the hell that I myself had caused. Even though I wanted to stop myself, I could not. Even though I wanted to close my eyes, I could not. Even though I wanted to shut my mouth, I could not. Even though I wanted to kill. Even though I wanted to kill myself, I could not. I had been a sick and twisted machine. A wine press, whose sole purpose was to collect blood. Such a comparison would be unfair to machines. Machines would never exhibit such excess. Machines would never develop additional functionality just to hear people scream, just to see how they would react. I had long ceased to be human. I was a creature who didn't have the right to even pretend to be human, regardless of whether the sin was mine to bear or not. As someone who made it possible, I should never have been born at all. That's what everyone said, and they were right. How could someone like me deserve to go on living? I had hoped that it would at least be over in a night, yet daybreak never came. The ritual was close to succeeding. Etiquette had fallen into my clutches, and with a little more time, I would have been able to swallow her whole. And yet, an uninvited sixth person had appeared and easily tipped the scales. And then I was killed. At long last, I was finally killed. If it was always going to happen, I wish it had happened sooner. The body that had once been mine was unceremoniously dumped on the street, just as I had discarded the corpses of the people I myself had killed. Having already departed from the world of the living, I had no means of knowing whatever happened after that. I had finally sunk into the deep, dark embrace of death. Yeah, I was relieved. I'd never wake up again. I wouldn't have to relive those memories night after night anymore. I wanted to just stay there in death's embrace forever. But even as I slept, I still couldn't forget. I had no right to ever forget what happened back then. That's why I fought. I wanted to do whatever I could to help people. I wouldn't rest for as long as I lived. I ended up convincing myself that even someone like me would eventually be able to achieve something. What a naive wish that was. All I did was hurt the people around me. All I did was taint her soul. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for thinking too highly of myself. I'm sorry for not dying. I'm sorry for not being able to fight anymore. These past 6 years were all for nothing. I ceased being my own person long ago. I'm nothing more than a collection of human flesh that just so happens to be alive. I should just keep on killing myself until that flesh no longer lives. That's clear to me now. I'm so sorry. I should never have dared to even think that someone like me could save anyone. So then why? Why is there someone here? Gently stroking my head with his warm hand. Oh, someone's still fighting out there. He's carrying me. Someone so worthless on his back. He hasn't given up on me and keeps on calling my name. Ciel, Ciel, Ciel. With my chest pressed against his back, I can feel how cold his body has become. Please stop. Just leave me behind already. Can't believe there exists someone who would cherish me like this. I'm sure there used to be others who did too. But even so, I can't fight. I can't handle it anymore. I've wanted to be free of it for so long. It hurts. I've been bearing with the pain for so long. I've wanted to be free for so long. I was never strong. I was just too afraid to ever stop running. I was afraid that I could break down at any moment. And so, I won't fight anymore. After all, no matter how many vampires I defeat, no matter how many people I save, I will never be forgiven.
自分は許されないだって。そんなの当たり前だ。あなたは絶対に許されない。何よりあなた本人が自分を許すことを認めない。
His voice sounds so close. These are the heartfelt words left for me by someone who is no longer here. But he's right. I'll never know forgiveness. I'll never know atonement. I can't make amends for the sins I committed in the past. That's why I should just stay here and...
違いますよ。あなたが許さないと誓ったのは過去じゃなくて、この先の行いでしょう。何をしても結果は同じなら、何をしても失われたものは戻らないのなら、せめて一つでも多くの良いことをやって死なないと。
Sobbed uncontrollably and immodestly. His stern reproach hit so close to home that my heart breaks under the weight of my own foolishness. I know that already. That's why I've lived for all this time. But do I even have the right to do that? Does someone who has taken as many lives as me even deserve to touch the lives of innocent people? I can't stop crying. I know that I'm weak and disgraceful. Everyone on earth has the right to denounce me as the most loathsome being of all. And yet, there's still someone out there willing to embrace someone as loathsome as me.
あなたは言った。死なない体だから。体が強いから罪に耐えられた。自分と同じ体なら誰でも耐えられたと。でも、それは違う。体が強いからじゃない。あなたは始まりから心が強かった。そういう強い心があったから罪を背負い続けられた。それは
That's something I don't have. It's a ray of light that anyone would be proud of. No matter how heavy the sins you bear may be, if you uphold that virtuous heart, if you nurture it, and never cast it aside, then your atonement could never have been meaningless. He said all of that while obscuring his own unbearable sadness. It sounded as if he'd given up on something that he had desperately wished for.
俺はどうしようもない人間で、実のところ感謝することはたくさんあったけど、楽しいと思える時はなかったんです。でも、あなたがいてくれた。あなたがいてくれると嬉しい。あなたが笑ってくれると嬉しい。俺は先輩のために生きていきたいと思ったんです。あなたの道に付き添っていく。あなたが許される日は来ないと分かっていても、あなたが自らを許せる日が来ることを願って、ずっと一緒に歩いていく。だから、厳しいけど、力尽きるまで戦うのをやめないで。
The feeling of his embrace fades. He gently pulls away from me. Even though he's in the midst of losing himself, he smiles bashfully, placing his faith in me as he rushes out onto the battlefield.
なんて見当違いの信頼でしょう。私が始まりから強かった。あなたは自分を殺さなかった。自分の命可愛さにみんなを見殺しにした。この世で最もありきたりな利己主義という悪心、それが私たちの正体でしょう。
I dry my tears. Blood begins to course through my lean and lifeless limbs. I'll let it, I don't know. It hurts. It hurts so much. I've come back to life more times than I can count, but the pain is still just as unbearable as it was when I felt it for the first time. I really do nothing but apologize, don't I? I'm sorry, body of mine. I know I've messed everything up again, but I need you to stick with me.
私たちは元からそういう生き物だった。ロアという吸血鬼はケーキに過ぎない。私は優れた肉体を持って生まれてしまった。いずれ周囲との圧力は起こっていた。それがあのような形になっただけだ。私はどうあれ、きっと多くの罪を犯していた。多くの人間に石を投げられる運命だったのよ。
I blindly claw as hard as I can at the skin on my back. The darkness has wormed its way deep into my spine. This alone won't be enough to tear it free. But listen, can you hear it? Even now, I can hear those distant sounds. The sounds of someone who still believes in me, fighting for my sake. I would gladly tear my own flesh off, down to the very bone if it meant that I could live up to the faith he placed in me.
どうしてまだ希望を見るの？まだ罪を認めないの？私は絶対に救われない。代行者としてのあなたは犠牲者に過ぎない。私たちには救われる奇跡も、生きている理由も、愛される価値もない。そうでしょ、エレイシア。
That's right. I don't deserve to be loved. But I just witnessed a miracle. Mere moments ago I witnessed the most precious thing of all. He is no one. Ever since he was a child, his life has been stolen from him, over and over again. So much has been taken from him that he no longer has the ability to even notice what he has lost, or how he lost it. As someone who has lost so much, his overriding goal should have been to take back his own life, his own happiness. And yet, he told me that he wanted to live for my sake. Even though he possesses such strength of heart, he still chose someone like me. In which case, I have to prove that I deserve it. I realize now that doing so is the one thing that still gives me meaning.
そう。
I stretch out my hand, grasping for a way out of the darkness. Strength won't return to my body. Even now, my mind is still weak. I'll continue harboring these doubts for the rest of my life. Yet, but even so, I have to get up. My life isn't to be spent mourning the past, but to once again... No matter how many times I fall, as long as there's someone out there praying for me, I must always get back up and fight. Ooh.
偽善者。吸血鬼になっても甘い狙いですね。あなたの本命は私でしょう、ノエル。
Ciel Senpai stands atop a pillar, her attention fixed on Noelle. As it should be, there's no need for her to look down in my direction. Senpai's in perfect condition. There isn't so much as a scratch on her. Now that I've satisfied myself of that, there's nothing more for me to say. My job here is done. From here on out, this fight is between Senpai and Noelle.
さっきまでメソメソ泣いていたくせに戻ってきた途端に上から目線とか笑えるわ。何？もしかしていじめられるのが癖になっちゃった？もう一度私の目に見入られたいの？
そうですね。それがどんな仕組みの魔眼なのか興味はありますから、使っていただく分には益があります。でもやめておいた方がいいですよ。あなたの魔力量ではその魔眼は多用できない。もう何よりもう効きませんから。魔力はより強い魔力に洗い流される。 どこのそのレプリカかは知りませんが、分かっていればこの通りです。
An intense glow is emanating from the back of CL Senpai's right hand. I'm actually able to see the vortex of magical energy swirling in the space between them. No doubt thanks to the fact that I'm on the verge of turning into a vampire. Thorn-like curses sprout from Noelle's mystic eyes, and attempt to entwine themselves around Senpai's body. The moment those thorns touch her, they crumble into dust. The mass of the curse embedded in her right hand is enough to completely overwhelm Noelle's mystic eyes. I've seen that radiance before. It's the same one that shone at the heart of the curse within Vro's chest.
ほんと、どこまでも偉そうな女。やだやだ、そんなに先輩面したいんですか、シエル先輩。これ見よがしに昔の勲章を見せびらかすとか、代行者としても吸血鬼としても上だって言いたいの？
え？そんなことをいちいち言わなくちゃ伝わらないレベルでしたか。
いつもの辛辣さが戻ってきたじゃない。でも今さらやる気になっても手遅れだから。冷静になって下を見下ろしたら、四季君は私の指先一つで死者どもの食い物になる。もうあなたが何をやってもあの子は助けられない。それが嫌ならおとなしく私の魔眼に。
失礼。そちらなら当然真っ先に終わらせました。
Oh. What's going on? Senpai flashes a glance in my direction. I can tell that she's trying to tell me something, but I have no idea what. All I can do is continue to keep a close eye on Senpai as she stands atop the pillar. Stars! Hold on. Those bright spots glimmering in the night sky aren't stars at all. They're rapidly growing in number, the mounting rubble in the distance making it clear that there's way more than just 10 or 20 of them. There's no doubt about it, those are Senpai's black keys. Oh, well. The yelp of surprise must have been equal parts Noelle's and my own. Not even a trace remains of the dead that had encircled me. The black keys that came raining down from the sky annihilated each and every one. With murderous eyes, Noelle takes a single look at where I'm standing, at the battlefield that had been wiped clean of her troops, and then quickly elects to disregard it. Even though I'm the one she should want to kill, she puts me out of sight and out of mind. And why wouldn't she? I'd have done the same if I were in her shoes. After all, she can no longer afford to make even the slightest mistake. With the difference in strength between them now painfully clear, Noelle's objective in this battle is shifted. For the next few minutes, that vampire will have to put her entire life on the line. Not to kill, but to survive.
私の今までの戦い、今までの贖罪は全て嘘だったと言いましたね、ノエル。
言ったわ。何度だって言ってあげる。あなたは嘘つきで、本当のことなんて何一つなかったんだって。
そうですね。私の心は嘘にまみれています。けれど消えないものもある。党の士気を助けたいという気持ちも、贖罪の名のもとに殺してきた犠牲者たちも、犯してしまった過去の罪も、私はそれを認めます。これから私が犯す命、私が残す憎しみを全て自分の罪だと認めます。あなたが私を殺すことを正当なものだと受け入れます。
はあ？何を当たり前のことを言ってるのよ。認めたからなんだっていうの。そんなことで自分が正しいだなんて言い。
A wall of iron spears forms behind Noelle, with their sharp tips all lined up facing their enemy. They almost look like a vampire's fangs.
いえ、善か悪かで言えば私は悪でしょう。ですが、悪だから良き生き方を望んではいけないかというのなら、それは間違いでした。だって、人間の善悪と人生の善悪は悲しいほど違うものなんですから。私のせいだ と復讐に走るあなたの言い分は間違いであり正しい。ロアの転生を止めるという私の使命感も間違いであり正しい。今私たちは同じ境界に立っている。
In other words, she's saying that they're both sinners, teetering atop the line that separates good from evil. And that under those circumstances, the two of them are equals.
なら、後の計りは力で示すしかない。互いが間違いであるのなら、それぞれの正しさは互いの強さでしか測れない。
The seventh scripture activates. It's clear from the look in her eyes that she has nothing more to say.
何それ。結局強い方が正しいっていうわけ。ああ、本当に信じられない。最後の最後までムカつく女。
She's missed the point. Senpai isn't saying that the stronger of them is automatically in the right. She's saying that they now have no other option but to demonstrate their righteousness through strength. I know it's late, but I'm sorry for not apologizing to you before. That is what she's saying. Yet those feelings are never to reach the girl.
開き直りやがって。それが不公平なんだって。何度も何度も言ってるじゃない。
Her Christmas bells are unleashed. The executor faces her attack head on. The girl couldn't forgive her, and neither could she save the girl. With no option left but to fight to the death, the two begin their battle in earnest. Noelle's volley of spears shoot towards the enemy like a meteor storm. That hail of weapons would skewer even the most inhuman of monsters in the blink of an eye. There's still a healthy distance between them. When it comes to long-range combat, Noelle's superiority is unshakable. Or at least, it would be against a monster that's merely inhuman. All of the distance that had separated them disappears in an instant. All of the spears that had been fired weren't blocked, so much as shattered. Before she even has time to react, Noelle has fallen within range of certain death. Noelle forms a wall of spears to try and protect herself from the oncoming pile bunker, but it completely bulldozes her defenses and sends her flying backwards. This exchange has already played out 3 times by now. Noelle's well of magical energy is beginning to run dry. The juggernaut she's up against, on the other hand, has barely even scratched the surface of her magical energy reserves. Noelle tries her best to keep moving despite the fact that she's about to burst into tears from frustration. She knew. She knew this would happen. After all, her opponent isn't an inhuman monster. She is a monster even among other monsters. A different beast entirely to the pathetic vampire wannabe she was fighting a moment ago. She knew from the start that if it came to a fight, there was no clear path towards victory, and yet... Each attack drives her further and further into a corner. Each attack chips away more and more of her defense. She can't withstand many more of these She can't withstand many more of these hits. She has to kill her right here. She has to kill her right now. Just to gather all of her remaining strength behind one last desperate attack. She exhausts every last drop of blood left in her body. With it, she unleashes all of the weapons she can muster. We've seen that. What happened? But all it does is reveal the hopelessness of her situation. The executor isn't stopping. She's totally unscathed. There's no opening for her to mount a counterattack. No road that leads to victory. Nothing.
なんていないじゃない。私は
Couldn't forgive the person who took everything away from me. The once human girl screams, her eyes bloodshot. Her opponent flatly brushes aside her pleas. She had sought revenge against Roa, and if that had been to lay the souls of the townspeople to rest, it would have been a just cause. But instead, Noelle had been driven by her own selfish lust. She had tortured dead apostles. She had extracted her own selfish punishments on their victims. She had slaughtered 50 people just for the pleasure of it. She had justified all manner of vile acts to fulfill her own goals. And so her actions could never be considered just.
悪い。そうでもしないと私みたいな凡人はあなたに追いつけなかった。あなたの足元にも及ばなかった。あなたを責めることができなかった。
All she has left is the spear in her hand. Give me a second to hydrate. The vampire attacks, leveraging the halberd techniques she had cultivated while still human, to throw all of her strength behind her strikes. Ironically, it's a dance to which they both already know all the steps. They've exchanged blows like this time and time again over the 5 years they trained together. Those memories, those experiences, incite a temporary struggle for supremacy.
そうだ、倒れろ。お前なんか消えてなくなれ。そう。私はロアなんてどうでもよかった。この先ロアに食われる奴らなんて関係ないし、気にもならない。私は私の街を食い物にしたあんたを殺したかっただけなんだ。
And that is the and that is the indelible truth behind Noelle. She wasn't trying to prevent any more lives from being lost because of Roa, so much as clinging to the life she had already lost because of him. And this is where it has led her. She was warped by her own desires and took countless lives with her own hands. In doing so, she became the same as the vampire that she so feared and despised. The blade of judgment rips through the vampire. She feebly crumbles to the floor. A deep gash running all the way from her shoulder to her legs. She props herself up with her broken spear, preventing her upper body from tumbling face first into the ground. The victor is clear. The executor coldly approaches the immobilized vampire.
吸血鬼になったことではなく吸血鬼として行動したこと。死とノエル、弱き人々を守護する精霊と父の名においてあなたへの刑を代行します。
At those words, her crumbling consciousness begins to stir. Not Executor Noelle, not even Sister Noelle, Dead Apostle Noelle. So that's what I'm called now, she thinks to herself, as she watches her disintegrating body in shock. She can't tell if it's sadness or disbelief she feels. Now that she's a dead apostle, she has no way of knowing. All she knows is a burning fury. Why did things turn out like this? We were getting along nicely too. Even though I resented her, things were going really well. I knew things might end up like this someday, but I didn't think it'd happen so soon. I always assumed it'd be after I was already too far gone. So then, why did it have to happen now? Right. It's obvious. I just couldn't hold myself back. To be honest, I never really planned on forgiving her. But even so, I decided that so long as she stayed the way she was, I wouldn't hate her either. But instead, she...
すっごい
エルちゃんってばものすっごい。よーし、サービスでもう一本あげちゃいましょう。あ、でもこれはシャレだから追加で打つのはやめときなさいね。今ですら破裂寸前なんだもの。
Uh-oh.
もう一つ上を目指すなんてほんと一瞬で溶けちゃうから。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The girl's body begins to transform. Within her, a star bursts to life, quickly exploding into a galaxy. Or at least you'd be forgiven for thinking so if you were watching her transformation. Her body immediately begins to crumble, unable to contain the overflowing curse. But that doesn't mean it was all for nothing. She can fight now. With this, she finally stands a chance against her.
イデアブラッド、そんなものを打ち込むなんてノエル。うるさい、うるさい、うるさい。痛い、痛い、痛い。助けて、シエル、助けて。うるさい。お前なんかに助けられるか。こんなひどい、痛い。どうして。
Her frenzied attacks are the last flickering flames of a dying candle. The girl lashes out over and over again in a blind rage, each of her strikes on par with those of the executor.
なんでよ。演技のままならよかったのに、いつもの非人間のままなら私だって許せたのに。吸血鬼を狩るだけの、戦うだけのエンジンならよかったのに。本当に心から尊敬していたのに。なんでこんなところで私を置いてただの人間に戻っちゃったのよ。
As her body continues to crumble, she delivers one last strike. A final thrust that pushes her to her absolute limits. Ciel brings the barrel of her pile bunker around to face the focality that serves as the source of Noelle's existence and cocks it. Noelle has put her entire soul behind that desperate thrust. While Ciel feels a desire to just submit and take it head on, she instead takes aim at her enemy, along with those feelings of self-loathing, and blows them both apart. The pile bunker punches straight through the girl's chest. With a clank, her iron spear falls to the ground. The girl's blood-stained hand grope at nothing. She reaches out towards the person in front of her, towards the person she never managed to reach. The voice that breaks the silence isn't that of a vampire, nor is it that of an executor. It's the voice of a girl from a time long since lost.
お父さんを返せ。私の人生を。
Her torso has already vanished. Even as her body continues to disintegrate and her consciousness begins to dim.
お願い、返して。返して。
She finally gives voice to the last wishes she wasn't able to say 13 years ago. Silence settles over the ruins once more. Senpai is motionless, her eyes fixed on the ground. She didn't end up pulling the trigger. Noelle's body crumbled into ashes and scattered on the wind before Ciel could even demonstrate the true power of her pile bunker. She doesn't let go of her weapon. She doesn't exhale to release the tension in her body. She doesn't even turn to face me as I quietly approach her. Instead, out of nowhere,
5年間はちょっと長かったですね。
yes, that's all she says. She mutters it almost indifferently, as if it wasn't anything noteworthy.
先輩。
基本的に私たち代行者のチームというのは1年も続かないんです。任務中にどちらかが死ぬか、生還しても引退させられるのが常ですから。だから代行者はこういうことに慣れているんです。どちらかが吸血鬼に落ちたら変わる前に殺してほしいとか、ほんとよくある約束で、任務前には冗談半分本音半分で言い合ったりするチームばっかりで。
先輩。
だから何でもないことで、特に悲しむことでもない。ノエルは吸血鬼になって人間社会にとって害悪になった。精神的な問題ではなく構造的な問題です。彼女はもう人間を殺さなければ生きていけない体になった。彼女は身体能力も精神強度も並だったから当然の結果とも言えます。むしろ5年もよく続けられたものです。
先輩。
あの子とは教会で再会しました。ちょっと驚きました。だって私より年上になってたんですよ。修道院に引き取られて5年かけてやっと代行者になった。でもお世辞にも優秀とは言えなくて、いつも死にそうな顔をしてすぐにリタイアしそうだった。その度に私に会いに来ては言いたい放題言って元気になるんです。それから2年経って私たちはチームになりました。ちょっとした失敗で司祭様の不況を買った彼女が泣く泣く私を頼ってきたんです。自分を弟子にしてほしい、鋼鉄から守ってほしいって。私は埋葬機関にスカウトされた後だったのでそれなりに権限がありましたから、足手まといになると分かっていたけど彼女を弟子として迎え入れました。それからずっと任務以外では口を聞かない関係のまま5年間が過ぎました。
先輩。
正直肩の荷が下りました。あの子はとても生き残れなかったし欲望を抑えるのが下手だった。こうなるのは目に見えていたんです。だから私と組まなければ。
いいんだ。謝っていいんだよ先輩。
She gasps. I feel like I just saw her forlorn figure tremble slightly. But that's all. Face still downcast, she fights to suppress the emotions welling up inside of her.
ごめんなさい。あなたに何も返してあげられなかった。
Silently, without shedding a single tear, she continues to weep.
Senpai.
Once again, I call out to her from behind. I know I should have waited for her to turn to face me before I approached, but I just couldn't stand to see her looking so lonely.
そろそろ行こう。秋でも夜は冷えるんだし、そんな薄着じゃ風邪をひきます。
Senpai nods, still staring at the ground. After taking a deep breath, she turns around with a forced smile on her face.
はい、ご迷惑をおかけしました。私はこの通り元気なので風邪なんてひきま。遠野くん、何ですかその体。
Senpai rushes over to examine my left arm, a sudden look of panic on her face. Even the light touch of her fingers is enough to make me want to recoil in pain. I honestly completely forgot that my left hand is a wreck.
すぐに治療します。 でも使徒化しているなら秘跡は逆効果だから、この場合はどうすれば。
Senpai is panicking about my arm. Thank goodness. I'm sure she's still going through a lot, but this is far better than having to see her forced smile.
いいですよ。無理に直さなくて。放っておく分には痛みはないし、栄養を取れば治ってくれそうです。
そうなんですか。じゃあ私からの魔力供給なんかよりご飯の方が効果的ですよね。
ええ、きっと。だから早く帰りましょう。先輩のアパートなら食べ物はあるでしょう。ほら、作り置きのカレーとか。
Judging by her reaction, my educated guess is spot on. I can't help but smile. It feels like things are finally back to the way they were. It's been a long night, both for me and for Senpai. But I get the sense that but I get the sense that it's over at Oh.
遠野くん
Great timing with the headache, you tactless piece of shit. Or what? Felt like you'd held yourself back long enough. As soon as the tension lifts and I start to relax, the headache that had been ravaging my brain comes roaring right back.
ごめん、先輩。俺、歩けそうになくて。情けないけど、先輩の部屋まで肩を貸して。
情けなくなんかないです。無理をせず頭痛に耐えることだけに集中してください。あとは私に任せて。
Senpai circles around to my right and lets me lean on her shoulder for support.
ごめんなさい。抱えてあげたいのは山々なんですけど、私も荷物があって。もうこんな時にセブンは起きもしないんですから。
Luggage, I guess she means that gun of hers. With her weapon slung over one shoulder and me on the other, Senpai begins to climb up the rubble. I'd love nothing more than to pass out right now, but I can't allow myself to fall asleep. If I did, there's no guarantee I'd ever wake up again. Not only that, but there's still something that I need to tell Senpai. Which is why I need to remain Tonoshiki, even if until this night is finally over. And thus the curtains fall on the battle of Overdo's host. It's only an intermission, but at least Tonoshiki will not be overridden by Ro between now and tomorrow night. She had watched everything unfold from a moonlit vantage point.
変な邪魔が入ったけど、結局あいつの独り勝ちか。ほんと、どこまでも目障りな女。いつも私の気を逆なでるんだもの。邪魔者は大小様々だけど、間違いなく大きい方の邪魔。
A smile blossoms across the avatar in White's face as she watches the two depart. Tonoshiki and the executor. She looks upon both of them with a murderous yet loving smile.
おっかねえ独り言はそこまでだ。さっきを抑えろよ吸血鬼。その辺にしておかねえと、この辺りのカラスがストレスで全滅するぞ。
Shadows litter the rooftops, overlooking the ruins. Only one is cast by the vampires standing confidently on the edge. Only one is the product of the blonde boy standing behind her. The rest belong instead to countless combat-ready executors. More continue to arrive by the second. Some join the ranks at the rear of the rooftop, while others take up formation atop the neighboring buildings. Their objective is so obvious it would be pointless for him to even try to deny it. They're positioned to surround and subdue the vampire in white.
マリオ、私一度忠告したわよね。
ああ、してやがったな。なんでこっちも本気でやる。俺も後がないんでな。使徒になっちまった部下を放置してでもこっちに戦力を集中させた。あれは俺の責任だ。悔やんでも悔やみきれねえ。せめてその代償にあんたにはここで一旦消えてもらう。
What the boy's saying is true. She's surrounded by over 30 executors, each of which is equipped with relics, conceptual weapons specialized for use against true ancestors. He's prepared a force strong enough to take Etiquette down for the count. It may not be enough to win a decisive victory, but he's made sure they'd at least have a way to kill her. If they were to fight right now, she and the executors would most likely wipe each other out, but Mario would still be left standing. Etiquette openly applauds his scheme.
お見事。昔からきちんと計算するのよね。この町に来る前の私なら微笑みの一つでも送っていたかも。
やめてくれ、縁起が悪い。そもそもあんたが笑うことなんてなかっただろうが。たく異常すぎるぜ、今回のあんたは。大体なんでロアを殺しに行かなかった？あいつがロアの逃避先だって分かってたんだろ。
ダメよ。今だとシエルが邪魔するでしょ。あいつがいるうちは我慢しなくちゃ。私、ことはできるだけ穏便におしとやかに済ませたいの。
おしとやかってどういう意味だ？
人間らしいって意味。シエルと戦い出したら私、楽しくなりすぎて町の人間をみんな殺してしまうと思うの。ほら、そうなったらシキに嫌われてしまうでしょ。
Her voice sounds almost velvety. She's not the Etiquette the boy once knew, nor is she the unbridled and impetuous Etiquette she'd been after being murdered. This is an entirely new side of the Avatar in white. Her smile is that of a ruthless goddess, a sort of femme fatale that would casually try and tempt her subjects to their destruction.
おい。
でも、その前にこっちが先ね。あなたがいるとロアを生かそうとするし、何よりシエルの味方をされたら面倒だし。小さい方の邪魔者はここで蹴散らしておきましょうか。
An invisible flower blooms beneath the moonlight. At Mario's signal, the surrounding executors commence their attack. Their line of fire is centered on the vampire in white. Had she been the woman Mario thought her to be, that would have proven enough to kill her. But instead, her red eyes and smile are all it takes for it to be reduced to nothing. She crosses them delicately, meticulously working her way through them one by one. There's no bloodshed. The invisible pressure briefly stomps the executors' hearts, rendering them unconscious without harming them. After incapacitating them all in the blink of an eye, the vampire turns on the boy.
Destino.
指導者として少しは血を流しなさい。
Oh. The blonde boy's limbs are sliced off, sending him tumbling to the ground like a marionette whose strings have been cut. His head slumps forward, burying his face in the ground.
そうなってやがる。吸血衝動で弱ってるんじゃねえのかってめえ。
もちろん、乾いて乾いてどうかしそう。ドアに盗まれた私の一部を取り戻さないと、このまま壊れてしまうぐらい。だから一刻も早く四季を取り戻さなくっちゃ。
取り戻す。何立ち狂ってんだてめえ。あのガキの中にはロアがいる。あのガキだってお前の敵じゃねえか。
四季がロアであることにな。
Left at a loss for words, the boy finally comes to understand the source of his unease. A true ancestor exercising the full extent of their powers would be a threat, but they'd still be a known quantity. He's already dealt with a low-level true ancestor that lost to their vampiric urges and went berserk once before. But this is completely unprecedented. This true ancestor has suffered an unimaginable malfunction. And as if that wasn't bad enough, on top of being the worst possible vampire that could have lost control, she's also now lost it in the worst possible way. Oh no! She's in love.
必要なものと欲しいものが同じになるなんて、こんなに嬉しいことがあるなんて、私は今まで知らなかった。
The intoxicated avatar in white looks up at the sky. She reaches out for the moon that shines overhead, as if to pluck it from the heavens.
ロアの逃げ先が式でよかった。それって心身ともに彼は私のものってことでしょ。
Her figure calls to mind that of a love-struck maiden, drunk on the taste of blood. We've managed to make it to Senpai's apartment without anyone seeing us. Apparently she's using some sort of basic magecraft for warding off humans, so long as I stick close to her, I don't need to worry about being spotted. Vampires may defy common sense, but it seems like members of the church aren't far behind. We head up to Senpai's room. This makes the second time I've been inside. It's only been 10 days since I was last here, but it feels like it was forever ago.
どうぞ。狭苦しいところですが楽にしてください。
はい。ではお邪魔します。
Despite everything that's happened, I can't help but be self-conscious of the fact that I'm in Senpai's room so late at night.
頭痛はどうですか？ここなら少しは緩和されるはずなんですが。
My headache begins to fade the moment I set foot inside her room. It hasn't disappeared completely, but it's definitely bearable now.
すごい、めちゃくちゃ楽になった。さすが先輩、本当何でもできるんですね。
それは良かったです。私の知識もたまには人の役に立てるんですね。
Senpai wears a relieved smile, but there's clearly still a dark cloud hanging over her.
遠野くんはそこにいてください。ご飯温めてきます。
Even the way she heads towards the kitchen seems a bit dispirited. I hope she's back to her usual self soon. Wait, her usual self?
先輩、ちょっと待って。
はい？何かリクエストです。ご飯を大盛りに？それともルーを2倍ですか？
I think the traditional feminine line in this situation is about what side dishes I'd like with my meal, but I'll let that slide. There's a more important issue that I need to address.
着替えないんですか？その服なんていうか。
That outfit makes her seem like she's itching to kill someone. It's kind of the last thing I want to be looking at right now.
おかしいですか？
いえ、文句なしで似合ってます。そこは自信を持ってください。ただ、つい廃墟で追いかけられたことを思い出しそうになるというか。
Perhaps trauma is the word I'm looking for here.
そうですよね。失礼しました。ご飯の前に着替えるのが先ですよね。
Ciel Senpai hightails it to the bathroom. It seems she's understood what I was getting at. After finishing our charmingly unconventional meal, Senpai does what she can to tend to my left arm. It's only surface-level treatment, a splint and some bandages, but it honestly makes a huge difference.
それで、先輩、俺はこれからどうすればいいのかな。
She'd mentioned that we might find a way to suppress Roa if we went to the church.
まずは遠野くんの中のロアを一時的に鎮静化させます。この部屋は簡易的な聖域になっていますから、とりあえずここにこもっている限り危険はないはずです。
ですね。頭もヒリヒリするぐらいでめまいも起こらないし、でもそれは一時的なもので万全ではない。
はい。あくまでロアを鎮静化させているだけですから、根本的な解決にはなっていません。加えてロアの意識は日に日に増大していくものです。この部屋もいずれ意味をなさなくなる。ですから、その前にロアを消し去る方法を見つけ出します。先ほども言いましたが、法王朝に戻れば何らかの手段があるはずなんです。だって13年前とは違う私というサンプルがあったのですから、彼らが天聖体とロアの魂を切り離す研究をしていないはずがない。
じゃあ本当にうまくすればロアを切り離せる。
ですが、仮にその手段が確立されていたとしても、その術式が私一人で扱えるものならまだいいけれど、 もし本国でなければ行えないものなら。
シエル先輩だけじゃなく、俺も教会に行かなくちゃいけないってことですね。
はい。彼らから見れば私もあなたも異端者です。遠野くんの場合、目のことさえ黙っていれば普通の男の子ですから、私のように研究材料として扱われることはないでしょうけど。
それでもすごく痛い。
どうでしょう。痛みや耐性を測る手術ではありませんから、麻酔ぐらいは使うと思いますが。まあそのあたりは立ち会う人間の趣味ですね。異常性癖者でないことを祈ってください。
Proclivities? I take issue with her word choice, but do my best to bite my tongue. Every now and again, Senpai says something so ominous it would scare a crying child into behaving. Does she just not realize how it comes across?
問題は過程ではなく結果です。教会でも治療ができなかった場合、遠野くんは吸血種として扱われてしまうんです。そうなってしまったら、あなたは私と同じ扱いを受けることになる。死んだ方がマシな扱いを。だから。
Which was why Senpai showed up at the ruins. She thought it would be better to put an end to me there before I turned into Roa. But things are different now. She wants to spare me from that torture, so she's conflicted about whether or not she should let me go to the church.
いいですよ、先輩。それが一番確実なら、どこにだって行きます。この部屋だってずっと安全なわけでもないんでしょう。どんな結果になっても先輩に文句は言わないし、誰にも文句は言わせません。
いえ、たとえ何を敵に回そうとも、誰にも遠野くんを傷つけさせない。
もちろん、先輩が大好きですから。
Oh. I wasn't really worried about that in the first place, but even if I was, Senpai's dependability would be enough to put my mind at ease. What I'd actually been worried about was more down-to-earth problems like travel expenses and passports. It's honestly pathetic.
どちらにせよ、遠野くんはしばらくここで待機です。その間、私はこの国の支部に出向して本国と渡りをつけます。なんとか1週間以内に話をつけますから、それまで一人で待っていてください。
ちょっと待って。先輩の部屋に一人で何日も泊まり込むんですか？
ですね、遠野くんの命がかかっているんですから、それぐらい我慢してください。妹さんに連絡を入れるぐらいはいいですけど、あんまり事情は説明しないでくださいね。
いや、この部屋に不満があるんじゃなくて、むしろ逆なんですけど。
Alright, I've got a handle on what I need to do. I just have to put my trust in Senpai and wait. If I don't lose Taro before she's back, I'm in the clear. All that's left is... right.
俺の話はこれで済みました。次は先輩の番です。
I need to discuss something much more important than Roa with Senpai.
私の番ですか？
はい。何もかもうまくいって、何もかも終わった後の話です。ロアが消えて体が元に戻ってたら、先輩は俺と付き合ってください。もちろん恋人としてですよ。ちゃんと学校も卒業してくれないと嫌です。
恋人って慎んで動くじゃなくて、なんか性格変わってませんか、遠野くん。すごく動物的のような。
もともとこういう性格です。やりたいことはやります。とにかく先輩は俺と一緒にいてください。今まで頑張ったんだから、ちょっとぐらい普通の生活をするべきなんです。それと死にたいと思うのもなしです。
I thought as much. Senpai's heart is still steeped in self-condemnation. If I can kill Ro and return to my body to normal, I'll finally be able to die. She's made it through life by clinging to that one thread of hope. Without it, there's no way she'd have been able to go on fighting. But I don't want her to have... to live life like that anymore.
ダメですよ。そんなの。
The once joyful atmosphere evaporates as she replies. She sounds like she's on the verge of tears.
遠野 くんの言いたいことはわかります。私も安易に死を望むことはもうありません。彼女を殺した以上、自分のために死ぬことはできません。でもそれと私の在り方は別問題です。私はロアとして多くの人間を殺しました。その罪の清算が残っています。たとえ不死身で亡くなっても、私は最後まで償わなければいけません。いえ、償いたいんです。
She isn't fighting because she wants to die. She's fighting to save the lives of as many people as she possibly can. Honestly, I'm amazed she has such a blind spot when it comes to herself. She's talking like she just had some sort of incredible revelation, but I knew all this about her from the very beginning.
それはそれでいいと思いますよ。先輩は一生償えばいい。もう納得するまで償ってください。それと同時並行で自分の幸せを求めてください。だいたいブローブの時からそうだったし、先輩はブローブが憎いんじゃなくて人間として当たり前の義務として戦っていた。そのあたりからして考えが真っ当なんです。
She's not like me at all. Killing Vrov had been the only thing on my mind, regardless of how much power she possessed, or how arduous the task before her was. She always lived for the good of others.
でもそれは、私にはそれしかできないから。
何言ってるんですか。あれだけ学校で人気者だったくせに戦うことしかできないなんて笑わせないでください。いいですか。先輩は普通の生活だってできるんです。でもそれだけじゃ物足りない。あなたは欲張りだから全部解決したがってるだけなんです。自分の過去も未来も半端にはできない。だからいっつも貧乏くじを引いていいように利用されるんですよ。
そんなことはありません。私そこまでお人よしではありませんから。
ならちょっとは悪いことをしましょう。先輩には両立できるだけの素質も努力もあるんだから、続けたいんなら続ければいいんです。そうしていればいつか。
There will come a time when she's finally able to wish for her own happiness. She may never be able to forgive herself, but I'm sure that the gratitude from the countless lives she saved will one day surpass the regret that still chains her down. It may take years, decades even, but if I can stay alive long enough to see it and spend those years by her side, I can't imagine anything that would make me happier.
とにかく先輩が楽しくやっていける時だって来ると思います。それを自分から切り捨てるのはやめてください。
そうでしょうか。それは夜に虹がかかるような話だと思います。
夜に虹？
お父さんの口癖です。私たちの町の例え話、起きては欲しいけど起きるはずのない出来事をそう言っていたんです。虹は太陽の可視光が分かれて見えるものですから。昔の人はそんな仕組みは知らなかったでしょうけど。
In other words,
いえ、何でもありません。ありがとう、遠野くん。あなたにそう言ってもらえるのは本当に嬉しいです。でも、やっぱりダメですよ。私はもう学生には戻れないし、遠野くんの恋人になんてなれません。私はあなたを騙して、助けを求めてきたあなたを殺すところでした。
そんなこと気にしてたんですか、先輩は。
そんなことじゃないです。思い出すたびに死にたくなります。っていうか死にます。
She still ended up saving me, so I don't see why she's so hung up on it. A maiden's heart is a mysterious thing.
大丈夫、俺は気にしてませんから。先輩も気にしなくていいよ。ほら、好きな人に追いかけられるっていうのも貴重な経験だったしさ。
Mysterious though a maiden's heart may be, I still try and comfort her as cheerfully as I can. Senpai is quieted down and seems to be on the verge of tears. On closer inspection, I notice that her ears are a bit red.
何より今夜の先輩かっこよかったし、いつもの制服も法衣姿もいいけど、ここぞという時に特別な服装で決めてくるとか反則です。あんなの誰だって惚れ直します。
She still doesn't say anything, but she does steal a glance in my direction.
あとは、そうだ、メガネをかけてないとイメージ変わるんですね。キリッとしてなんだか年上みたいに見えました。
みたいじゃなくて年上です。そりゃあの時から体は成長してませんけど。
なんですと。
Yeah, it's true. She was 13 then. That was 2001. When's this set? Is this 2022, 2023? I don't know. I mean, she's 30-something. Time out. Did she really just slip a bombshell like that into a casual conversation? She has said this to you. I am 100% sure she's mentioned this. I know I should just pretend I didn't hear anything, but... Oh. Ooh. Silence is golden. But I'll ignore it. I'm so curious that I'm practically salivating, but this isn't the time to be teasing Senpai. And as much as it pains me to do so, I have no choice but to ignore it for now.
でもほら、くぐってきた修羅場が違いますもんね。先輩は吸血鬼退治のプロフェッショナルなわけだし、俺は吸血鬼になりかけなんだから、先輩が非常に徹したのは当然というか。
I'm stumped. Nothing I've said has managed to coax a response out of Senpai. I was trying to lighten the mood, but every topic I raised fell flat. I am out of things to say at this point.
参りました。先輩、何か言ってください。それとも、俺なんかとは話したくない。
I hear her inhale sharply. It seems she's finally caved. Even though Senpai still looks like she's about to cry. She quietly replies.
遠野くんはバカです。私は遠野くんが思っているような人間じゃないのに、どうしてそんなに私に優しくできるんですか？そんな資格、私にはありはしないのに。
資格なんて俺にだってなかったですよ。でも、そんなものは必要ないって笑い飛ばしてくれたのは先輩です。
In fact, it happened right here, in this very room. After I'd killed Etiquette, and all I could think about was taking my own life, the one who saved me was none other than her.
そうでした。先輩、俺は先輩の罪なんて知りません。それは俺には関われないことです。俺は先輩が好きだから、先輩を愛しているからここにいるんです。
あ、ラブ。
あなたがどんな人間でも構わない。先輩とシエルとずっと一緒にいたいから、幸せになってほしいんです。
遠野くん、今。
なんで、もう先輩が何を言おうと騙されませんから。こうなったら地獄の底までついていって無理やり笑わせます。だからほら、先輩にとっては迷惑だろうけど、タチの悪い後輩に捕まったと思っていい加減降参してください。
I hold out my right hand and wait for Senpai's answer. I feel like if I don't make myself this clear, I won't get an honest answer.
しょうのない後輩ですね。聞いているこっちの方が恥ずかしくなるなんて想定外もいいところです。そんなことを言われたら完全降伏するしかないじゃないですか。
Senpai lays her hands on mine. We don't hold hands with one another. We simply savor the feeling of connectedness that stems from her fingers draped across mine.
先輩、それじゃあ。
はい、お言葉をお受けします。自信はありませんけど、遠野くんといるときは自分から諦めることはしないと誓います。これからは恋人同士なわけですし。
Stuttering, Senpai withdraws her hand, before quickly leaning in close to say,
でもこれだけは先輩として言わせてください。ですね、遠野くんの10倍、い
"Aw."
え、100倍以上私の方が大好きですから。
She flashes me the most mischievous smile I've ever seen, and pokes my chest with her finger. She's back to her normal at last. We have finally stripped away all that stood between us. My heart feels light and carefree, just as it did during the times we spent sipping tea in the club room. And that does make me happy. It really does. But I'm finding it a little hard to sit still when Sail Senpai is right there in front of me. Not to mention that her room smells really nice. Oh. You come back such time? They confess to each other. Turning towards the source of the sound, I realize that it's coming from the clock on the wall. It looks like it's just struck midnight.
もうこんな時間だったんだ。
はい、夜明けまであとちょっとしかないですね。
Neither of us knows what to say to break the silence. Oh, come on, this isn't getting us anywhere. The night will be over if I keep dithering. I need to just come out with it. Alright, I'm gonna say it. Here I go.
先輩、ベッドを使いましょう。
The ticking of the clock is deafening. I'm so embarrassed that I can't even look her in the eye, but at the same time, the face she's making is so adorable that I can't look away. It seems like Senpai's feeling the same way, after we each spend a solid minute turning the other's words over in our heads. We both crack a smile. We're so happy about everything that we simply laugh.
じゃあ、今度は床に寝るのはなしで。ベッドは一つしかありませんから、一緒に寝るしかないですね。
Oh, bed sharing.
なるほど。それでは私、先にシャワーを浴びてきます。
Flustered, Senpai rushes over to the bathroom. Seeing her act like that is so adorable that I can't help but smile. Even though I have the ticking time bomb of Ro inside of me, I don't even feel anxious right now. I'm honestly shocked at my ability to compartmentalize. Still, I think I can afford to forget about him, at least for right now. The person I thought I had lost so many times has finally decided to stay by my side. As long as CL Senpai is with me, I have nothing to fear. Earlier tonight, I embraced her in the ruins. Back then, I didn't embrace her out of love. I did it because she seemed so terribly sad. But now it's different. Now all I feel is love. And though I know we'll be separated once the morning comes, I love her so dearly that I never want to let her go. Oh, they're so cute. It's just before 5 o'clock in the morning. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Senpai and I are both lying in bed, unable to asleep, staring up at the ceiling.
夜は絶対に眠っちゃいけません。逆に日中なら眠っていいですよ。ロアは吸血種ですから、
I
朝にな
see.
れば鎮静化します。
That's good to know. I haven't slept for 2 days straight, so I'm almost at my limit. That reminds me, we talked about something else too. We discussed the possibility in which I have to go to the church in person.
そもそも、どんなに手続きをして許可を取っても、吸血鬼なら門前払いを受けるんじゃないですか。
それは大丈夫です。遠野くんは血を吸ってもいなければ、人を殺してもいないでしょ。吸血鬼になりかけていても無実なんですから。裏口からならそろっと入れます。
I can't share in her confidence. There were a few days where I can't remember what I did at all. And one thing I can remember for certain is that I did something to Kohaku-san that can never be undone.
だから記憶はないんでしょ。ならやっぱり潔白です。精神面での話ではなく、現実のお話として。
自分の記憶がないのに何もしていないと断言できるんですか？
はい。実際に行為に及んでいる記憶がないのなら、あなたは罪を犯していない。いいですか、遠野くん。天生体の意識とロアの意識は同じなんです。たとえロアの意識が上回って行動した時があっても、自分のしたことは必ず記憶しています。
If that's the case, why did Shiki have so many, like, episodes of just nothing? Forgets everything.
殺害の記憶がないというのは何よりも確かな無罪証明なんです。
I feel a wave of relief, as well as a newfound appreciation for Senpai's strength. You'll definitely remember everything Roa did. She knows this because she herself has had to face each and every sin she committed as Roa. Light is beginning to seep in through the curtains. It's almost time. I've just been listening to Senpai's voice for a while now. I feared that if I started talking to her, I'd end up trying to convince her to stay. So instead I stayed silent, trying to at least fill my mind with the sound of her breathing and the soft touch of her skin as she lay alongside me. I hear the sound of clothes rustling. The sky outside is still dyed a deep indigo, but Senpai has already gotten up and is changing into her habit. I remain in bed, gazing up at her silhouette.
時間ですね。遠野くんをポケットにしまえたら一緒にいられるのに。
It's not like we can be together all the time. We've already spent most of our lives apart, and depending on how things go, we may be forced to be apart once again. If the church can't find a way to extricate Roa from my body, then we'll have to put an end to things ourselves. Senpai, before I cease to be Tonoshiki, I want you to...
死なせません。あなたは絶対に死なせない。ロアなんかに遠野くんは渡さない。私があなたを守ります。だからそんなこと言わないでください。
言ってないです。先輩の気のせいですから、それ。でも
I stop myself before I can say thank you. Yeah, I actually don't know what came over me there.
行ってきます。できるだけ早く戻ってきますから、それまでこの部屋から出ないでくださいね。
It seems like this place is stocked with enough food to last a week. Most of it appears to be microwavable servings of curry, but that's neither here nor there.
また言うまでもありませんが、私がいない間に浮気なんかしないでくださいね。
yes, of course.
私、すごく嫉妬深いですから。
Senpai delivers those terrifying parting words with a smile on her face, and leaves the apartment. I squint at the light peeking in through the window. The sun has risen. It's finally time for me to get some rest. I'll surrender myself to sleep and forget, if only for a little while, about all the troubles that have piled up in my chest. Oh, what a long day. And the next one's even longer. Oh. Okay. Yes, save. Stone of Eternity. Day 14. Stone of Eternity. Wow. Okay, we end there. Oh, my back. Oh, thank you all for coming. This was a pretty long episode, but a lot of things happened. A lot of lore. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that as well. And yeah, and we got next stream. It will be tomorrow, maybe. I wanted to do one tomorrow, but we'll see how we feel. Because the new Fallout 76 map expansion comes out. So, we'll see how we go. But, yeah. I guess I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye! Wah. Baba bui siel changes. Bum, 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 bum.